Okay, so welcome back, Elaine, to the Zoom room. Nice little intro chat there into which leads us nicely into today's teaching, which is all about I am not a body. Letting go of body identification. So let's jump into our email for today. There's a quote and some teaching, and that'll lead us into the lesson. So in a moment, let's just bring this up. Okay, so I'll share my screen. Let me know when you can see it. And if you can read the quote, headline quote, that'd be great. I need that to be a bit bigger. Can you see that okay? Should I expand the screen a bit?
It's all right.
Make it a little bit bigger. There we go.
Right, thank you. I have a body, but I am not my body. I can see and feel my body, and what can be seen and felt is not the true seer. My body may be tired or excited, sick or healthy, heavy or light, but that has nothing to do with my inward I. I have a body, but I am not my body. I have desires, but I am not my desires. I can know my desires, and what can be known is not the true knower. Desires come and go, floating through my awareness, but they do not affect my inward I. I have desires, but I am not desires. I have emotions, but I am not my emotions. I can feel and sense my emotions, and what can be felt and sensed is not the true feeler. Emotions pass through me, but they do not affect my inward I. I have emotions, but I am not emotions. I have thoughts, but I am not my thoughts. I can know and intuit my thoughts, and what can be known is not the true knower. Thoughts come to me and thoughts leave me, but they do not affect my inward I. I have thoughts, but I am not my thoughts.
Yeah, Ken Wilber said that. Probably the world's best known and most erudite living philosopher. He expresses the essence of what has come to be known as the Perennial Philosophy, because it's a timeless, universal truth that all the great spiritual teachings and teachers have taught throughout the ages. So, in summary, of this, what this philosophy says, I thought I'd just paraphrase a quote by Eckhart Tolle, which I think captures it quite well. So this is my take on what the Perennial Philosophy is all about. Want to read that?
Yeah. You are not your thoughts, emotions, sense perceptions, and experiences. You are not the content of your life. You are the pure formless awareness that underlies the body and all your sense perceptions, as well as all the thoughts and emotions that seem to cause. You are the essence of life itself, the essence of the eternal now moment, and ultimately, you simply are what cannot be named or described.
That's the Perennial Philosophy, pointing to a transcendent reality beyond body, beyond thoughts and emotions, beyond this world, pointing to your true self and true reality.
Okay.
Teaching that your true identity and reality is formless, timeless spirit or awareness, which has been called many things by different teachers and religions. So God, Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah, Brahman, Tao, more recently by modern philosophers, the ground of being. So Lao Tzu, the Chinese sage whose philosophy is the basis of Taoism, said the Tao Te Ching. You read that?
The Tao that can be described is not the eternal Tao. The name that is spoken is not the eternal name.
So he's saying you can't really, the Tao, this ineffable presence, God, can't really be named, described, known. As soon as you put a word to it, it's not the eternal Tao. It's pure formless awareness, which we use words to point to, but in the end, it's a pure awareness, a pure experience. So if you want to have a read of the Tao Te Ching, there it is. It's one of those spiritual classics. It's quite a short book. Probably read it in an hour or so. Just short sutras, very poetic. Apparently, Lao Tzu wrote it in one sitting, in a couple of hours. We don't know. It's so far back, but it's certainly inspired. You can see much of the course's teachings coming through in it. The Tao is first is the name for God that they had in the Taoist philosophy. So you got three different spiritual teachers who lived in very different times: Ken Wilber, Lao Tzu, and Eckhart. So two modern and one ancient teacher, about 2,500 years apart, really saying pretty much the same thing. To give you a flavor of the Perennial Philosophy, which is very much in alignment with the teachings of Yeshua in the Course in Miracles, as he himself acknowledges in this passage from the Clarification of Terms. So we want to read that. It's a nice quote.
A universal theology is impossible, but a universal experience is not only possible, but necessary. A Course in Miracles.
He's pointing us beyond theology, beyond the mind, beyond concepts, to a universal experience that is not only possible, but necessary. If you're going to attain enlightenment, it comes down to experience. It's not a theory. That's why theologians are generally not enlightened, because it's all conceptual. They study a theology. They have conceptual knowledge of God. They have a construct going on. But very often they don't know it experientially. The mystic, on the other hand, transcends that and knows it experientially, knows it directly. If you watched The Chosen with Yeshua, and you remember Nicodemus, he was the head rabbi at the time of the Pharisees and the Sadducees.
I haven't seen all the seasons, but I've seen a couple of the seasons.
Yeah, well, he was in the first, I think in the first one. I've only watched 6 of the first episodes.
Yeah,
so you remember he was fascinated because he was supposedly, top of the tree. He's the rabbi, everyone respects him, but actually he's not really getting it.
Is that the old fella? The old fella with his wife?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know
the
who.
Old rabbi. Yeah.
Yeah,
Who is, at the top of his game in the formal religious sense. He's the head rabbi, and everyone's all, you have the wisdom. But then along comes Yeshua, who's able to heal Mary Magdalene and drive her devil out and heal her. And he's like, okay, this is another level. I'm curious. I want to know who this guy is and what he's about. And he was open. He was saying to his colleagues, but maybe the God is not in the scripture. God is not in the Torah. God is an experience. which he was seeking for. So, he could see the limitations of that, formal theological religious construct that they had, and was fascinated by someone who transcended that. Yeshua, he was like, okay, well, I'm way beyond that. I don't need scriptures and laws and rules. I just heal by the Holy Spirit, and therefore, these miraculous healings and miracles just started happening. Because Nicodemus tried to heal Mary Magdalene, couldn't. Go away, Whereas Yeshua, because he was dealing directly with Source and the Holy Spirit, he was able to bring that awareness back into her mind and heal her.
Yeah, I saw that one.
So experience, the mystics and experience is really where it's at, and that's what he's pointing us to. There's a teaching here, but it's really designed to take us into an experience that is beyond words. So you practice and you learn, and we use words, and we practice letting go, and it's to take you into an experience that is not of this world, that transcends words and any concepts. Now, I thought you might be interested in this article. I think I mentioned it before, but it's well worth reading. A guy called Roger Walsh, who's a course student, and he's a very well-read scholar on. He's a professor of psychiatry, philosophy, and anthropology. So he's done some studying in his life, as well as a professor in the religious studies program at the University of California. So he's kind of got a quite a broad overview of these sort of human sciences, one would call. And so he's written an article about the Course compared with another teaching called of yoga. And he's saying that there's actually the four yogas. And he explains that. So maybe if you want to just spend a bit of time on this, and maybe you want to just read the Course on the four yogas, and read this. This will be one of the hallmarks of a profound teachings. When you go through it again, you find what philosophers call higher grades of significance.
Yeah.
So this seems to happen each time I go through the Course. At the point where I feel it's on a par with any other material discipline I've seen. Other people are wiser, and I agree. For example, Ken Wilber, who's read more widely in the world of psychologies and spiritual tradition than anyone I know, says the Course is on a level with anything he's run across. So I'm inclined to think that this document may be a spiritual masterpiece. It has these higher grades of significance because you study it and you can work with it for years, and it just reveals more of itself, and you go deeper. I don't know any other book. Now, I've been busy with it for 17 years. I don't know another book where you can study it daily for 17 years. And
it still inspires you. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe some of the Bhagavad Gita, maybe the Tao Te Ching, but the way it's structured, it's a course. He's giving you this daily practice. I think that's the value. Not just a book you read and then you put away. So, okay, so he's giving you the lessons daily to remind you and to apply. And you can just keep doing those lessons every day. That's your practice. As long as you seem to be here, you practice, because you're still going to get tests and challenges, no doubt. And so it's a course rather than just a book. And I think that's what sets it apart from many other profound books. I'm not saying the Tao Te Ching and the Bhagavad Gita, and there's various other literary spiritual texts that have deep wisdom, but they're not in the form of there's a theory, but a course that you can practice daily. So that becomes like a daily part of your life, and practice it. I think that's one of the things that sets it apart. And then the teaching is so deep that as you go deeper into the theory, you start to understand it. much more deeply. When you start, I mean, really, you're pretty clueless, if we are honest. You don't really have much clue about what's going on. I think that applies to almost everyone.
Mhm. Yeah, true.
You read it and it sort of goes in on some level, but it hasn't really penetrated deeper. If I recall when I was reading the text for the first time or the second time, did I really get it? Not really. I mean, I think there was something in it. I was reading it and there was something that it was doing, but did I really understand the profundity of it and what it was pointing to? No. It took me many years of reading it, practicing it, and then my life experience. That was key. So when I realized, I went through a sort of crisis, and I realized that there was only one way I could live my life, that I had to apply these teachings. I really had to, this wasn't just, oh, I'm a course teacher and it's for fun. This is like absolutely, how you should live your life. And it's the only way to get through these difficulties. That's when I really started learning it. That was like 10 years into it. And, the last 5 years, it's just been a deepening. It's like okay, I'm really starting to understand this more deeply. And, but still, still got to apply it. And you still find you're not 100% always applying it. So that's the practice. Okay, well, bring yourself back to the one thing you got to do, which is to let go. Okay, so if you want to just read one of the course's unique features.
Yeah. Right. One of the course's unique features is that it seems to be especially well integrated. Most paths are the result of a variety of sages speaking
Extemporaneously.
Well,
That's quite a big word.
yeah.
To various extemporaneously, I think means spontaneously.
Right. So
kind of off the cuff. But let's look at that.
So speaking spontaneously.
Let's do this. Extemporaneously, composed, performed, or uttered on the spur of the moment, impromptu. So spontaneously, it's just happening. So Yeshua, a lot of his sermons are just okay. There's people here, and he just goes into flow, and he speaks. And that's how it works.
No script, yeah, as you were saying yesterday.
The disciples taking down some of their sayings and forgetting others. So you don't know what was recorded and what wasn't.
Right. So sages speaking spontaneously to various groups, with disciples taking down some of their sayings and forgetting others, so that the collected writings are not terribly integrated. From the life of Jesus, for example, we have a few hundred lines, a few thousand may be directly attributed to the Buddha. The course, on the other hand, is clearly a well-integrated system, starting with a beginning on page 1 and systematically running in a logic progression to the end. The sequence of lessons also has logic coherence. The first run through a process of deconstructing our usual way of perceiving and then substituting or reconstructing a healthier way. Along the way, all 4 key elements, ethnics, concentration, emotions, and wisdom, are given due attention and skillfully combined. The course seems to be the perennial wisdom, the common core underlying the world's great religions in Christian form. It embodies the millennia, oh, I can't say it. Millennia old teaching about the nature of the universe, of mankind, of waking up in Christian language. Within that, it employs a variety of different techniques. Oops, where am I going? Where am I?
There we go.
Oh, there.
Within that, it employs a variety of different techniques.
Yeah, it employs a variety of different techniques. One way of comparing the different religions is to use Hinduism, division of spiritual paths into the 4 yogas. 4 types of paths that emphasize different aspects of training. The 4 classic yoga are Jnana Yoga, the yoga of intellectual discrimination, by which we use the intellect to par away illusions and to see clearly.
Tear away, also means cut away. Okay.
Yeah, cut away.
Let go of.
To let go of. And there's Bhaka Yoga.
Bhakti Yoga.
Bhakya Yoga.
Bhakti is how you say it, right? Bhakti.
Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of love and devotion, the emotional approach for those people who have a heartfelt stance toward religion, spirituality, and life. And Karma Yoga, the yoga of work and service in the world. And Raja Yoga, primarily meditative path. The course clearly has a sophisticated element of all 4 of these yogas and paths.
So these are the 4 paths in Eastern yoga that typically people would go down one of them. Jnana yoga would be, okay, I'm going to do this through my intellect, through reason. I'm going to work this out, and that would be like inquiry, asking questions, the Socratic method of asking questions. Ramana Maharshi used to say, well, who suffers then? Ask the question, who's suffering? That's using the intellect to undo it, to undo the belief in separation, the separate self. Yoga of love and devotion would be an emotional approach. Like, I just feel the love. I mean, so when people have language like, well, I just feel it, I just want to feel into this. They typically people who would be on a bhakti yoga type frequency, and feel, you feel the love. Like, so you look at a kitten, for example, in your case, and you feel the love.
Yes.
You feel that emotion. So it's more of a feeling than a thinking.
Yes.
But it's a path to awakening. So an example of that would be someone like a Mother Teresa. Very loving, devoted, compassionate, kind, and then possibly she would have also combined the yoga of work and service, karma yoga, because she dedicated her life to serving the poor in Calcutta. So the yoga of work and service in the world. So you dedicate yourself to serving others. That's another path. And then Raja Yoga, which is primarily a meditative path. So you sit and you go into deep meditation and contemplation, and you access deeper realms of who you are through meditation. And that would be a classic mystic yogi, just checking out of the world, just spending most of their time in meditation. But in all of these teachings, there's aspects of these various paths. And what he's saying is the course has sophisticated elements of all 4 combined into this one course. So he's saying it's the most sophisticated cognitive behavior modification text he's come across. Descriptions of the nature of identification, psychological defenses, perception, projection, understanding, really quite high-level psychological concepts that, you would, that's someone with a master or a doctorate in psychology would be starting to understand the same kinds of things: projection, perception. Carl Jung talked about projection, about the collective unconscious. This is all really covered in the course. I remember spending some time with a psychiatrist, friend of mine from back in my school days. And, he'd been through 10 years of training, formal training to become a psychiatrist. And, there was no way I felt in any way inferior to him in terms of understanding how the mind works. So, in fact, he was going, wow, what you're saying is true, but it's, most people are not ready to hear that, because I was just speaking the course. So it's at the highest level of psychology. Remember, it was given to two psychologists who were really into it. They had honors or masters or doctorates in psychology, so they were very much into that world and understanding the mind. And he's like, okay, well, I'm going to come along with something that's going to knock your socks off and blow your mind a bit, because actually it's on another level of understanding the mind. So it's laid out this precise thought system, which it says is an optimal thought system for awakening. He's training us in a particular thought system. According to the course, our thought system creates our worldview and our sense of self and reality. So our perception is a reflection of our states of mind, and our thought system, we project that onto the world, whatever's going on within it. So it's explaining this, how reality is actually made up. It's within us, and then we project it out subconsciously, and then we experience it, we perceive it as real, and we get caught up in the projection perception loop. And this is ultimately, in a radical ontological sense, the course says that the world is a creation of the mind. In this way, it echoes the opening of the Buddha's teaching, Dhammapada, which begins by saying, you want to read that quote? We are what we think.
Yeah. We are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make our world.
Yeah, so the course, like Buddhism and other forms of this perennial philosophy, says our thought systems are insane. We consequently create and are enmeshed in dreams and illusions, although we don't realize it. You're asleep and dreaming, but you don't realize you're asleep and dreaming. It seems to be very real in your dream. So in other words, our dreams and illusions are self-masking, and we mistake them for reality. But they cover over the truth. To help us understand this, the course asks us to reflect on our sleeping dreams. These show us that our minds have the capacity to literally create worlds and bodies that seem totally real to us while we're dreaming. We run into tables, they seem hard. We identify with our dream bodies. We assume we will cease to exist if they're destroyed. Other than rare lucid dreams, we never recognize that we're dreaming until we wake up. And from our usual waking state, we can look back on our former dreams and see that our dream state of consciousness has less ontological validity or reality than the one we're in now. So by looking at the dreams, the course is helping us to awaken. So the course suggests that. You want to read that quote?
Dreams, is that the one? Dreams show.
Yeah.
Dreams show that you have the power to make a world as you would have it be. And while you see it, just make it a bit bigger. While you see it, you do not doubt that it is real. Yet here is a world clearly within your mind that seems to be outside. You seem to waken, and the dream is gone. And what you seem to waken too is but another form of this world you see in dreams. All your time is spent in dreaming. Your sleeping and your waking dreams have different forms, and that is all.
The Course says that our usual waking state is also a dream. In fact, an unhappy psychotic dream. Therefore offers an alternative thought system which can replace our negative dream with a happy one. It's still a dream, but it's the happiest dream we can create, and one from which it's easier to awaken. So its ultimate goal lies beyond all dreams and aims at awakening from dreams. The message that there's another state of consciousness, which is to our ordinary waking state of consciousness, as our waking state is to our sleeping dream state. You know? So we waken from our sleeping dreams and go, oh, it was just a dream. Well, there's another level. We wake up and go, oh, that whole so-called waking reality we were in was just another dream. And that is called awakening. Salvation, liberation, enlightenment, awakening, moksha, in the Vedic tradition. Hence, fundamental message of the Course, like other great spiritual traditions, is wake up. Wake up to reality, wake up to who you really are. Because waking up involves disentangling ourselves from the culture-wide illusion in which we live. Right? So that cultural illusion, consensus trance, as Charles Tart calls it. So everyone, says, yes, this is reality, and we all agree on it, and we're all in the same dream, a shared dream, believing in the dream, and it's a consensus trance. The ones who question it are seen as mad. And strange and crazy, and what are you talking about? How can you doubt the reality of the world you see? So it's a form of collective hypnosis. What we take to be normality is actually a form of culture-wide hypnosis. So say the great spiritual traditions, although they use other terms for it, and contemporary thinkers such as Charles Tart, Willis Harman, and Ken Wilber. So the Course urges us to wake up from our collective trance. Means it offers for this follow logically from its claims about why we're hypnotized. We're entranced by a collective deluding thought system, and obviously the solution is to substitute, in other words, cognitive behavior modification, another thought system, a thought system that dehypnotizes and awakens us. This is what the Course claims to do. It's offering us an alternative thought system that we can substitute, if we so choose, for the culture system instilled in us from birth that has so successfully constant. So it goes absolutely against the conditioning of the world, which is why people struggle with it. Because you come to the Course with all of your conditioning and your programming, you go, well, I'm going to try and bring that into this, and it doesn't work. You can't bring it into this. You have to let it go and realize this is a complete replacement for all of that conditioned thinking, which hasn't served you. So it's a very sophisticated path of the intellect. It's cognitive behavioral therapy, but much, in my view and in others' view, more sophisticated than what you would learn at university. You just study psychology or psychiatry. They don't teach the radical letting go based on the metaphysical idea that it's an illusion. They haven't gone there yet. So without that understanding, yes, you can look at you can say, well, we can analyze the dreams, we can look at them, but how do you let them go if you still think they're real? You see, and this is the problem with most of these approaches. Most psychologists, because they still think it's real. Okay, so we'll look at your mind and let's talk about it, but then where do we go with it? Because it's real, it really happened. So now we try and modify your perception to it. Maybe we try and help you to see it differently, but we're not telling you that it's fundamentally not real, which is why you can let it go. You see, unless they're enlightened. There's a few psychologists perhaps on that path who know about the Course. and starting to accept this fundamental truth that this is not reality. And you can always let go of anything because it's not real. It's not true. That's the basis for it. All right. So then there's the path of the heart, which is the second pathway of yoga, and he's going to compare that to the course. So the cutting edge of bhakti yoga, yoga of love and devotion, is this transformation of emotions. So the course also focuses on the transformation of emotions. So the first path is more about the mind and thought and perception. The second path is more about looking at your emotions. So it focuses on the transformation of emotions, of fear and guilt and hatred and attack and so on, to the cultivation of love. In fact, it says that this is a course about love, and that any course that seeks to teach us who we really are must teach us about love. The type of love that the course emphasizes is a universal or non-exclusive, unconditional love. So early Christians called agape love. The course calls the love of God. So it's the highest form of love. It's unconditional love. There are no conditions. It just is given. Whatever someone has done or not done, it's given because of who they really are fundamentally. Lessons that clearly focus on this include the one titled, I Feel the Love of God Within Me Now. That's a feeling, that's a bhakti yoga lesson. Another example is, today the peace of God envelops me and I forget all things except his love. So really asking us to feel into it. One feature of the course, which he's found in no other tradition, is its use of relationships, specifically peer relationships, as the primary vehicle for awakening. So Bhakti Yoga also uses relationships, but not so much peer relationships. Rather, it usually emphasizes devotion to or love of a god or guru. It's usually not a love relationship between equals. Many paths acknowledge the divinity in others, with the course emphasis on using our peer relationships. This is what he calls special relationships. For awakening is unique in its detail and sophistication. It fills dozens of daily lessons, hundreds of pages with very precise instructions on healing relationships, practicing forgiveness, seeing each other as mirrors and mutual saviors, recognizing the divinity within each of us, letting go of grievances, taking joy in the joy of others, acknowledging our interdependence, relinquishing expectations and demands, cultivating the desire to love and serve. Right? So that's a large part of the course's teaching on relationships, special relationships, and how you transform them to holy relationships. So many people, himself included, feel that is perhaps the most sophisticated, profound approach to relationships they've seen. Right? So it's not only the sophisticated cognitive behavioral therapy, but it's actually a wonderful tool for dealing with relationships, which, as we know, can be extremely tricky and difficult and dysfunctional in this world. The course divides relationships into holy and unholy ones. The closest equivalent would be Maslow's distinction between motives, which are deficiency, and sufficiency based. So when we're motivated by sense of deficiency and lack, we enter relationships. Both people already have a sense of well-being and wholeness, and they desire to enhance and share that through a relationship. So according to the course, read that. Yeah, I've highlighted for you.
Yeah. An unholy relationship is based on differences, where each one thinks that the other has what he has not. A holy relationship starts from a different premise. Each one has looked within and seen no lack, accepting their completion. They would extend it by joining with another whole as themselves. They see no differences between these selves, for differences are only of the body. Patty.
Yeah. So the course specifically advises us to take each relationship and view it as a means of awakening both people. that each of us is both the teacher and the student, patient and therapist. It allows us to approach a relationship with a realization, just as we embody the divine within us, so does the other person. And the Course says it's easier and more skillful to look for the divine core within both the other person and oneself, because this divine core is transpersonal and no one person encompasses it. So you see it in another, and then you see it in yourself. You see it in yourself, and you see it in another. And you can't see it in another and not see it in yourself. That's the nature of perception. Or if you see sin and guilt in another, then you experience it yourself. That's how perception works. So the relationship is where the rubber meets the road in your awakening. If you see the other person as an ego and as guilty and sinful, then you see yourself as that and you condemn yourself. If you see them as spirit in their true light, then you must see yourself as that. And you have that opportunity in each relationship. So the Course contains a number of very practical relationship techniques. For example, it suggests that any time the holiness of a relationship is threatened, such as in an argument, to proceed as follows. Whoever is sane at the time the threat is perceived should remember how deep is his indebtedness to the other and how much gratitude is due him, and be glad that he can pay his debt by bringing happiness to both. Let him remember this and say. I'm going to read that.
I desire this holy instant for myself, that I might share with my brother whom I love. It is not possible that I can have it without him, or he without me. Yet it is wholly possible for us to share it now, and so I choose this instant as the one to offer to the Holy Spirit, that his blessing may descend on us and keep us both in peace.
They're very practical. If you can remember that in the middle of an argument, it would stop it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Of course, remembering is the problem, because we don't always. But the Course is giving us the tools to deal with practical life situations where, yes, in special relationships, conflict can come up. And you can seem to be arguing about something on the level of form, and this would just cut through that and help you to change your mind. So that leads to another major emphasis of the Course, which is forgiveness. It's all about forgiveness, or letting, as we call it, letting go of your own negative thoughts and emotions, the thoughts and emotions that negate love in you. Logically, you've got to drop those if you're ever going to find love. You've got to let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, as he puts it in the introduction to the Course text, in order to find that underlying love. So while Christianity has traditionally emphasized forgiveness, the Course gives it a more psychological flavor. It's radical forgiveness. It's the forgiveness that says, I let this go because it's not real. So and I'm really, what I'm doing is I'm forgiving or letting go of my own ego, my own shadow, and the projections that we've been unwilling to acknowledge within ourselves. So the Course skillfully reframes forgiveness to make it apparent that forgiveness serves the person who forgives as much as the person who is forgiven. Because really what I'm doing is I'm letting go of my own blocks by forgiving you. And this is an understanding, the art of letting go course that we try and teach. It's not about the other person. It's about your own ability to let go of whatever negates love and peace and joy in you. Might be triggered by that person, and now you're experiencing anger, fear, hatred, attack thoughts, whatever. But they're just a trigger for the ego to arise. So those thoughts negate or deny love, and those are the thoughts and the emotions that you need to let go of. So when you let go of them, you are then forgiving the other person, and you're forgiving yourself. You're releasing yourself. Now that should be completely obvious. I mean, it's completely logical. But this understanding is not an understanding that most people have, and many spiritual paths don't have it. They don't teach it like that. And so people get confused then. They go, well, what does it actually mean to forgive someone? Am I supposed to pardon their sins? They've done something that's seemingly completely crazy and unforgivable, and now I'm supposed to pardon that. And you can't really do it then. If you see them as other than you and that it's really happened, you can't do it, can you? The best you could do is what you call halfway forgiveness, and kind of say, well, maybe they had a tough life and they're just doing the best they can. And so I won't judge them as much because, they've had their own experiences and they're doing this out of their own pain. That's kind of a halfway house of forgiveness, called halfway forgiveness. But you're still making it real. The radical forgiveness of the Course reframes it and says, hang on, this is just my own projection. What the person has done to me is really what I'm doing to myself via them, because that's how the ego works it. So it's an illusion. And really, I've got the opportunity now to let go of this dark thought and emotion within me by letting it go, by not reacting to it, by not judging it as real, by not responding in the same way. Someone's attacked you, and then instead of getting defensive or attacking back, you're okay, I'm just going to let it go. And then you've healed that part of your mind that is unhealed. You've let that a big part of the ego go, and you feel the benefits immediately. It's a healing practice of remarkable power, because it is the key to happiness. If you can let go whatever blocks your happiness, then you have the key to happiness, don't you?
Yeah.
So it's the one thing you have to do, and it primarily, forgiveness involves relationships, because it's who are you forgiving? You're forgiving people. People have done something or not done something, almost always. That's how challenging. So the relationships become where the rubber meets the road of the Course. Okay, so I understand the theory, but can I actually let go in my relationships and not react angrily, aggressively, not fear, not attack? And if it can help us to do that, that's profoundly helpful. That changes our state, that changes our reality, our experience, and it changes the relationship. And it brings love into the world via our changed state of mind. So it's really big on the path of the heart as well as the path of the intellect. So heart and the mind really merge into one, very skillfully sophisticated, skillfully interwoven teaching. And then the third path is the path of service. So that's karma yoga. It's the path of service and work in the world. So again, a strong industry to practice it. In fact, he's saying the opposite. He's saying, at some point in the Course, he says, yes, if you meditate for a long time, because of the intention, it will work eventually. But he says the means are tedious and time-consuming. He says there's a quicker way. And the quickest way is to live your life in the world, have times of meditation. So you do his practices he's recommending with the daily lessons. But that's maybe an hour a day. You're saying two sessions a day, longer, and then shorter ones. You maybe do an hour a day, and then you apply it to your daily life. You apply it to every experience, to your relationships, and that is working in the world. You apply it to everything, and so again, it's a path of working in the world and serving others. Of course, emphasizes the peace, love, and joy you cultivate can be taken out into the world and increased by sharing. Indeed, the Course says that we try to practice for ourselves alone, and our efforts are actually counterproductive, because we are reinforcing the belief that we're separate from other people, denying the deeper reality of the unity of the one mind. So the Course has parallels with Mahayana Buddhism, because both suggest that final liberation for any of us depends on liberation for all of us. Advocates doing service to others as our essential means for awakening. So like, how can I be truly helpful? You know, there's that prayer to be truly helpful, which I include in the daily email. Let's go down. So this prayer, do you want to read that? I'm here only to be truly helpful.
I am only here to be truly helpful. I am here to represent the pure formless awareness of perfect love within me. I do not have to worry about what to say or what to do, because this awareness will direct me. I am content to be whatever it wishes, knowing it goes there with me. I will be healed as I let it teach me to heal.
Yeah, so it's a lovely, prayer of surrender and a prayer to be used. Say, well, okay, show me, how can I be truly helpful to all concerned in the situation? And that changes your mindset from a me, what's in it for me, to how can I be truly helpful? How can I serve? How can I give to others? How can I help others? It changes it profoundly, doesn't it? How can I be truly helpful? If you ask that question, then the difference can be extraordinary. It shifts you from what's in it for me to, okay, how can I serve others? So that helps you to undo the little self. It's all about me, what's in it for me, and start expanding out of it into an awareness that really I'm one with others. Because I'm one with others, it makes complete sense to serve others, because I'm really serving myself. So the Course draws a distinction between service and sacrifice that I found he's found extremely useful. One's against serving out of sacrifice, because sacrifice breeds resentment and anger. So the typical, women often do this, and they give, but they resent it. They're not doing it lovingly and willingly necessarily. There's well, actually, I'm feeling resentful because I feel like I'm just being used, and that breeds resentment and anger. The very idea of sacrifice is contradictory, because if we're really doing something for others and viewing it as a sacrifice, then we're again seeing ourselves as separate from them. How can you be sacrificing if you're helping yourself? Do you see the contradiction? So that's how the ego will try and maintain its separation. And there's these many people who have a giver type in Enneagram. They have a type 2 giver. You're the giver, and you give and you give and you give. And then, you go like, well, I'm all given out and now I want something back. And I'm feeling resentful for my giving, because I still see myself as separate from the others I'm giving to. And therefore, I think, what's in it for me? I'm giving and I'm giving and I'm not getting anything back. So the only way out of that is to say, well, I'm giving, but I'm really giving to myself. Whatever I give to myself. So if I give love, I experience love. I'm actually loving myself, and I'm waking up from the dream. That's that. So I'm giving myself the greatest gift there is, which is awakening to divine love. I just understand that whatever we do for another is also for ourselves. So all of these ideas are incorporated into it. A path of service, and there's John. And then the path of meditation, which is called Raja Yoga. Hey, John.
Hi, John. Hi, Elaine.
Hi, John.
Oh.
Welcome.
Welcome. We're just going through this. I don't know if you've read this article, but it's a good read. I put a link to it today in the email and the text. It's by a guy called Roger Walsh, and he compares the Course to the 4 paths of yoga.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very interesting. So we're on the 4th path, path of meditation. Raja Yoga is called, which emphasizes meditation and mind training. So the Course states this is a course in mind training. That's very clearly it's a mind training course. So like other meditative traditions, points out that the untrained mind is a mind of its own. It's liable It's labile. There must be a spelling error. Is that a word?
Yeah. I've never seen it.
Labile.
Label. It's label. Label, isn't it?
Labile meaning. Let's see. Liable to change. Oh, interesting. Liable to change and easily altered. Labile.
Huh. Never heard of it.
Oh wow! I just learned a new word.
Yeah.
Labile. Liable to change. So yeah, that's the nature of the mind. There's little ability to concentrate. It's driven by desires and aversions, overcome by fear and anger. Of course, therefore, lays out a variety of techniques for bringing the mind under greater control. Chief among which are the workbook lessons. So one lesson affirms. Do you want to read that, John? I have a kingdom.
Yeah. I have a kingdom I must rule. At times it does not seem I am its king at all. It seems to triumph over me and tell me what to think and what to do and feel. And yet it has been given me to serve whatever purpose I perceive in it. My mind can only serve. Today I give its service to the Holy Spirit to employ as he sees fit. I thus direct my mind, which I alone can rule, and thus I set it free to do the will of God.
So naturally, because the course is such an integrated system, these four yogas overlap. You've got the path, the four yogas, just so you know, are the Jnana yoga, it's called, which is the path of the intellect. So that's inquiry, that's understanding, your thoughts. Cognitive behavioral therapy in modern psychology is very much along the lines of the path of the intellect. And the course has that, in almost every lesson and every section of the text. It's as Helen Schuckman said, finally, a spiritual path for intellectuals. That was her comment on the course. But it doesn't just stop at the intellect. It's also about the heart. It's about opening the heart. It's about feeling love, and there's many lessons that speak to that. I feel the love of God within me now. And then the focus on relationships is a big one. So the transformation of relationships from special relationships to holy relationships is a big part of the course's teaching. And the forgiveness of others as the forgiveness of ourselves. That psychological understanding. It's just my projection. And so when I let it go, I forgive someone else, I'm really letting go of my own negative thoughts and emotions in reaction to them, which helps me let go of the ego and frees my mind into love, peace, and joy again. And then there's the path of service, which is about serving others. Of course, emphasizes that we're not alone. I'm not healed alone. So encourages us. He says you need, the Holy Spirit needs your eyes and your ears and your hands and your feet and your willingness to bring this inspiration and healing into the world through your words and your actions. And then the path of meditation, which is daily. He gives you a daily practice of meditation through the lessons. And so all of these paths integrate in quite a skillful way. They overlap. They're mutually supportive. So, for example, as we replace unskillful beliefs, we're less likely to feel angry. So our cognitive ability to look at those beliefs and say, no, I don't really believe that. That's not true. We let go of that belief, and then we have greater emotional control. And so we can feel more love and less anger. Makes it easier to forgive, and with forgiveness, greater love arises, which in turn enhances the desire to serve. So now we have a natural loving awareness. We go, well, from that loving awareness, yes, I actually want to help people. All these leave the mind less agitated, easy to control, thereby making it easier to change beliefs, forgive, love, and serve. Of course, this is not to deny that progress can seem very slow at times, but the course also teaches patience. So it's very similar to the 4 yogas. It contains elements of all of those, and then it includes other elements as well, other therapeutic strategies, he says. Recommends we turn inward to our own deeper selves, because the ultimate source of wisdom is within us. When making major decisions, Course advises to ask our inner guide what we should do. You know, as I was saying to you, like, well, you know, okay, so what should I do? Show me. And so we gradually relinquish this shallow egoic decision making to into deeper levels, to tap into more profound and someone else, even in the Course, rather the ultimate source of wisdom is within. Know thyself. The ancient injunction on the inscription on the temple of Apollo at the Oracle of Delphi. And so this is quite similar to other spiritual and psychological systems. For example, psychosynthesis advocates contacting the higher self. Jungians, the sage archetype. So Jungians say, well, find the sage archetype, because they talk about archetypes. Hinduism, they talk about the Satguru. The Naskapi Indians call it the inner man. The Quakers call it the still small voice within. So there's many names for this presence, which the Course calls the Christ. That self, the true self, the higher self is the Christ. And the Holy Spirit is the ability then to reinterpret from the true self, to reinterpret our experience in the world, turn it around. So it devotes considerable attention to working with fear. Like many other parts, it points out how much our minds are dominated by fear. It says that love and fear are two fundamental and mutually inhibitory emotions. Where love is, fear is not, and vice versa. So the Course emphasizes working with fear in a somewhat different way from the traditional psychotherapeutic methods, in which we tend to examine the fear and what caused it. According to the Course, the only time it's real is now. So if there's fear, something must be operating now. It must have a present cause and can only be released in the present. To believe that we have to understand the past, go back into the past, or remedy something in the past before we can release fear, self-limiting, and a self-fulfilling prophecy. So indeed, psychotherapists are beginning to better appreciate this trap. That's why he says, well, nothing really happens in psychotherapy at some point, because traditionally psychotherapy has been all about the past. So psychoanalysts such as Silvana Arrieta have called it the genetic fallacy. Transactional analysis have called it the game of archaeology. We do fall into this trap. We also fall into that transactional, and analysts call the until game, which we tell ourselves we can't be happy until we do something, such as find the original cause of our fears or problems. And so it's an endless search into the past, rather than saying, well, right now, I can just let go of whatever's arising. I don't have to worry about the past. If I've got a fear, I look at it and I can just let go of the thought and the feeling by bringing in this higher awareness and this love. Again, an emphasis on relinquishing attachments is central to many traditions. Of course, it's very clear that attachment is a key cause of suffering. It says, your idle wishes and your grievances. So it echoes the Buddha's second noble truth: cause of suffering is craving. That's very much incorporated into the Course's teachings. One lesson states, I will not value what is valueless. Another says, the world I see holds nothing that I want, pointing to the idea that value is not something which inheres in objects or things outside ourselves, but is something which we project onto them. So the true source of joy and well-being, it says, is within, because the mind is the source of both suffering and joy. To become attached to outer things is therefore to lose sight of the source of joy and to suffer when things change, as they invariably do. So it's very similar to a lot of the Eastern teachings, Buddhism, and Advaita Vedanta, which talk about letting go of desires and attachments and freeing the mind into what's beyond those. So an unusual feature of the Course is the perspective Ken Wilber has called always already truth. One can divide the world's religions and spiritual paths into two main types: paths of attainment and paths of recognition. Paths of attainment assume we're fundamentally deficient in some way. We presuppose that life is fundamentally a dilemma. Naturally, they therefore assume we must work to change ourselves into something different, right? So the idea that by our efforts, by our works, somehow we can be saved. Path of always already truth starts from the assumption that we always already are who we are, what we truly are trying to become. We already are that. So we don't have to become what we already are. We just have to realize and recognize and accept that we're already that. So they view the fundamental spiritual task as one not of change and improvement, but of recognition. The Course says enlightenment is but a recognition, not a change at all. According to Ken Wilber and his map, the always already truth religions represent the acme of spiritual teaching. Yeah, so the highest point is like, well, you already are that. You don't have to try and become what you already are. You just have to recognize what you already are. And the recognition of that involves the letting go of the blocks to that recognition, which is why the Course focuses on the forgiveness or the letting go of those blocks. So there you have a good summary of the whole Course. He goes into the pros and cons. Okay, so the language is traditionally Christian, but we've dealt with that by changing the terms: salvation, enlightenment, Christ, Buddha, and so on. So he said some people translate. I originally changed salvation to enlightenment. Some women have gone through scratching out his and replacing it with hers. Course is also objectionable from the fundamentalist perspective and disagrees at points with the Bible, right? Because the Course is not saying that Jesus is the only Son of God at all, saying he was one Son of God who awoke to his true nature, and he's here to awaken us to the same truth. We also exactly as he was. Well, that contradicts traditional Christianity. Profundity of the ideas makes some parts of the Course difficult to understand, or even appear nonsensical at first. Nothing I see means anything. However, most people seem to, they get more understanding as they go. More and more of the obscurities become understandable, comprehensible. So one has to be patient with it and work with it. In terms of its strengths, the Course is already, it's very well integrated. In my view, and I'm not alone, it's the most integrated spiritual path on the planet. Because you've got these 4 yogas, you've got sophisticated elements of each one, you've got the best of modern psychology combined with the metaphysics of non-dualism that go way back to Advaita Vedanta, to the very highest teachings of non-duality, and it all combines it into a sophisticated mind training course. So it uses multiple approaches. It's intellectually sophisticated. And so it can appeal to an intellectual. It could appeal to someone who's more heart-based, who feels, because it's got all 4 elements. So several million copies by word of mouth alone, because there's been no marketing campaigns, people ranging from the university educated to those with very little education, and to all sorts of personality types. And it's been translated into 24 foreign languages. Readers rated the Course the most influential book they had read in a recent survey, in Common Boundary, whatever that is. And I would have to agree. It's a profound spiritual awakening. Can awaken you to the truth of who you are and free your mind from all illusion. Help you transcend the human condition entirely. It's also intellectually satisfying, psychologically sophisticated, positive, and loving. It never judges, it never condemns, never attacks. Continually points us back to ourselves and the recognition at the most fundamental levels. We are always already loving, joyous, free, and divine. And in short, it says we are always already not only more than we dreamed, but more than we can dream. Ultimately, it points beyond all dreams to the self we share, to the Christ mind, and to God, to the recognition that they and we are one, that this oneness awaits our recognition in this moment and every moment. And then just to end it, John, if you can read that, let me remember.
Let me remember I am one with God, at one with all my brothers and myself, in everlasting holiness and peace.
Yeah, so I thought that was useful. So I'm kind of been through the article, but read it. It's a good overview of the course. You know, quite objectively. He's written it, I think, fairly objectively. And anyone who wants an introduction to it, you know, this is a good article for to read. Okay, well, you know, read that and see what you think, because he's given us an overall summary of what the course teaches, what it's about, the different approaches it's got, compared it to other spiritual teachings and paths. And you know, if you're shopping around, if someone's shopping around for a spiritual path, then this is quite a good advert for it. Well, you know, give it a try. You know, you've got a very very learned scholar. This guy is what does he say? Yeah, PhD, graduated in Australia's Queensland University with degrees in psychology, physiology, neuroscience, and medicine. Right. So he's done a bit of studying in his time. Clearly, you know, very intellectual academic. And then he's been a professor of psychiatry, philosophy, and anthropology, as well as professor in the religious studies program. So, you know, this is his world, and understanding this stuff. People like Ken Wilber, you know, who's probably the most widely read person on the planet in this domain of philosophy, psychology, as you know, said the course is on a par with the highest teachings that he's come across. So as a spiritual path, you know, it's got some credentials, and give it a go. If you know, if someone's not sure, then this is a good introduction for them. And I might actually change my masterclass and just do you know, focus it on this article and teaching, you know, the principles inside of it, so people get an understanding. Okay, so this is what this is all about. Okay, so yeah, any questions on that? I just thought it'd be useful. It's now recorded as well, so you can refer people to the recording as well.
No, it sounds it sounds interesting, John. I've just got an hour or two tonight. When do you think you'll be doing the text? Because I could pop out and come back in again.
Oh yeah, just now. We're just going to do the we'll do the lesson, which will take about 10 minutes because it's just a review lesson, and then we'll do the text.
Okay, good.
Stay around, yeah. All right, so Elaine, any questions? You good with that?
It's very thorough. Very, very thorough
that,
on exactly
you know, if anyone's interested in the course, send them this link. Say, look, there's a good overview of it. This is what it's about, and you know, then if they're interested in pursuing it, invite them to one of these sessions.
Will do.
So the link's in your email and on Telegram. Yeah.
Yeah, will do.
All right. So let's do our lesson, shall we? So let's go back here. In fact, we'll just go straight to the let's find the correct one. What are we? Lesson 219 today. Okay, so I'm not a body, I'm free, which is really the key idea that we've been studying for all this time. So I'm not a body, I'm free. Let's just read it. So Elaine, if you could read the first bit. I'm not a body, I'm free.
I am not a body, I am free, for I am still as God created me. Or I am not a body, I am free, for I am still as perfect love extends me.
Yeah, and then the key idea is incorporated into that already. I'm not a body, I'm free, which we have to forget. It's very easy to forget that in a world that's really about bodies and identifying with bodies. We must remember that always and make choices accordingly. So when the ego is tempting you to identify with the body and do something that's about the body and body pleasure or body appearance, those are the hooks. How do I look? You start to get concerned about that. And we know there's huge industries, multi-billion-dollar industries devoted to these delusions. How I look, well, that's the beauty industry. Health and fitness to an extent, because I want to look good. Some people do it for that reason, rather than just I just want to feel good, and be connected to my source. And if I mistreat my body, that's not helpful. So it's about being vigilant of those ideas. Someone sent me she's promoting a tanning, so like fake tan. I'm going, what? Why would you want to put substance on your skin so that your skin looks darker? It's body identification, isn't it? Why would you do that? Doesn't matter what your skin looks like. Well, if you do things like that, you're saying, yes, it does matter. Otherwise, why would I do it? I've got to purchase the product, I've got to put it on, usually filled with toxic chemicals, and so that I can look better. Well, that's clearer body identification, isn't it? So I'm not a body, I'm free, or I'm still as God created me, or I'm still as perfect love extends me, is an excellent reminder. You could just remind yourself of that every day. That's in some ways a summary of the entire course. Certainly the workbook. I'm not a body, I'm free. If you're going to take one lesson out of the workbook, this could be the lesson. Or I'm still as perfect love extends me. So you're moving from body identification, affirming your true freedom, reminding yourself of your source, and that you are extended in the moment. I'm extended right now. This extends me right now. So it's here. It's always here now, available. Because I'm extended by perfect love. And I'm not a body. Okay. And then, John, if you can read the just a short teaching on it in the original and the alternative form.
I am God's son. Be still my mind and think a moment upon this, and then return to earth without confusion as to what my Father loves forever as his son. Alternatively, I am perfect love's extension. Let me still my mind and think a moment upon this, and then return to perception of this world without confusion as to what my source loves forever as its extension.
Yeah, a very good reminder, isn't it? Let me still my mind of all these body concerns. Let me not get attached to the body and the body's pleasure and the body's safety and the body's appearance, and remind myself that I am just source. I am pure mind. I'm not a body, as he says. I am free. And then read the final part of the sandwich, which is the bottom part, just to close it out.
I am not a body, I am free, for I am still as God created me. Alternatively, I am not a body, I am free, for I am still as perfect love extends me.
Yeah, so any thoughts on that? I mean, we've been doing it for nearly 20 days now. Anything?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, just a great reminder. You could do this every day. So good lesson. We can do a meditation on it now. Or we can go straight into the text. What do you want to do?
Text. Should we go straight in the text?
You happy with that, John?
Yep, yep.
Okay, so let's do the text. Get text going. Okay, so today's text reading is chapter section 7 of chapter 26, called the Laws of Healing, which I guess would be the kind of polar opposite of the laws of chaos. Remember, we did that section a few weeks ago, John. So a marathon session. It was a long one as well. It was 22 paragraphs. So this is the alternative. He's talking about the laws of healing now. Okay, so let's go straight into it. Read the paragraph 1 in the alternative. Either one of you ever wants to start.
I'm happy to start. This is a course in miracles. As such, the laws of healing must be understood before the purpose of the cause can be accomplished. Let us review the principles that we have covered and arrange them in a way that summarizes all that must occur for healing to be possible. For when it once is possible, it must occur. Alternatively, this is a course in corrections. As such, the laws of healing must be understood before the purpose of the course can be accomplished. Let us review the principles that we have covered and arrange them in a way that summarizes all that must occur for healing to be possible. For if it is possible once, it must always be possible and occur.
Yeah, it must occur. Okay, yeah, so reflection on that. It's just an introductory paragraph, really.
Yeah,
There.
setting the scene.
Yeah, so let's have a look at these laws, review the principles we've covered. In some ways, this is a review lesson, lesson section that summarizes all that must occur for healing to be possible, and then if it's possible once, it can happen at any point. It's always possible. This is really what the ego doesn't want us to realize. If healing's possible in any situation, then it's possible in all of them. And so when it denies the miracle, it's denying that that healing is possible in any instance. And that's why it's so resistant, because it knows that one miracle blows its thought system out of the water. One authentic miracle is like, well, how can you believe in the ego again? Something else was shown as a more powerful law that substitutes for the ego's laws, the laws of chaos. You now see the effects of the laws of healing and realize that these are always available and you can apply them. You can live by them rather than the laws of chaos and sickness. Okay, then he goes into sickness, paragraph 2. So then if you can just read that in the alternatives, really nothing to translate there.
All sickness comes from separation. When the separation is denied, it goes. For it is gone as soon as the idea that brought it has been healed and been replaced by sanity. Sickness and sin are seen as consequence and cause. In a relationship kept hidden from my awareness, so that it may be carefully preserved from true reason.
Yeah, so this, I think he's saying when sickness and sin are seen as consequence and cause, when I'm healed, it's replaced by sanity. Then, so I think then would be useful. Then sickness, then I, maybe put it in the first person, then I perceive, then I will perceive that sickness and sin are consequence and cause in a relationship previously kept hidden from my awareness. I think that's what he means. Do you agree? He's talking about if you really see that sickness and sin are consequence and cause, the sickness is a consequence of the cause, which is sin, then you start to awaken, don't you? And cause in a relationship previously kept hidden from my awareness. I think it just needs that previously and the then to make that sentence really make sense. Kept hidden from my awareness, so that may be carefully preserved from reason's light. Maybe carefully preserved from true reason, so maybe protected, really, it would be better, wouldn't it? So maybe carefully protected rather than preserved, carefully protected. Reason's light from reasons, maybe from reasons. And we had those lessons in reason before. So you see how he builds on he's using concepts like reason now, but we had a number of lessons on this. So it's iterative, as you go through the course. That's why it's worth reading it progressively, because you're not going to fully understand what he means by reason unless you've done the previous sections where he goes into reason in some detail. From true reason's awareness. Awareness. So again, true reason. So reason would be the path of the intellect, wouldn't it? When he talks about reason, he's talking about a cognitive correction, path of the intellect. So you see where these different paths come in.
Yeah.
Bless you, Dave.
Got his headphones on, he's watching the football. They've just shouted, bless you. The group, they've all just shouted. Oops. Oh, he's just said thank you. But he's just had a sneeze. Yeah,
Okay, good.
Right.
I think I just managed to close that, which is so again.
Yeah.
Walls of healing. Okay. So yeah, so any thoughts, comments on that today?
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Sickness and sin. If we see that, I think the key thing is here, you see the relationship between sickness and sin. So sickness is the consequence and sin is the cause. You're no longer confused.
Rather than the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah, sin is the cause and sickness is the consequence. The ego turns that around and says, well, actually, sickness is a cause in its own right. Sickness is why you're unhappy, because you're sick. But actually, sickness is the effect, not the cause. So it allows you to get to the causation of it. Once you understand the causation, clearly you can let it go. Say, okay, well, the cause of it is sin and guilt and my desire to punish myself. So I can let that go. I don't have to be sick because I'm not guilty. I was never guilty of anything because I'm still as God created me. I'm not a body, I'm free. I'm still as perfect love extends me, and that's never changed. So how can I then be guilty of anything? Therefore, why is sickness justified? And so it deconstructs, you see, from the cause. And that's all, the logic of true reason will help you to see that. So this is the path of the intellect we talked about. Let's have a look at quickly that. So that this is really high level reason. This diagram explains exactly how the ego mind works and what the Holy Spirit's alternative to it is. If you understand this, then you're understanding true reason. And you can then reason your way out of any egoic trap, sickness, any kind of suffering, pain. You can remind yourself of the truth and say, but that doesn't make sense. It doesn't stack up. It's unreasonable. Sickness is an unreasonable condition based on an unreasonable belief. But we have to understand the cause of it. Well, the cause of it is our desire to be separate self and our belief that we already have separated, and therefore that we're guilty of destroying love, and therefore we deserve to be punished. That's the cause of sickness. If you understand that, you can correct it, and then the sickness can disappear because there's no longer a cause for it. So it's again, it's a high level thought system for healing the mind. All right, so happy to move on to number 3.
Yep.
Just read an alternative. Read an alternative, John, to save time. This is very little trouble.
Yeah. Guilt asks for punishment and its request is granted. Not in truth, only in the world of shadows and illusions built on sin. The extension of perfect love perceives what it wants to see because perception is a wish fulfilled. Perception changes, made to take the place of changeless knowledge. Yet truth is unchanged. It cannot be perceived, only known. What is perceived takes many forms, but none has meaning. Brought to truth, its senselessness is quite apparent. Kept apart from truth, it seems to have a meaning and be real.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
Yeah, well, he's saying that truth is permanent and doesn't change. It is constant, whereas the ego and the illusion is all about flimsiness, really, and changing is forever changing.
That's the essential difference between the world of perception and the world of knowledge. Knowledge doesn't change; it's unchangeable, and perception is changing all the time. You think of your experience in an average day. How many times does your perception change? All the time, depending on where you are, where you're going, who you're interacting with, what arises. You have a change in perception. Your thoughts change, your emotions change. And this is constant fluctuation. We got so used to that we go, well, that's just how it is. It's reality. But he's saying, no, it's not. It just covers over the unchangeable truth, which is still there, but covered over by all the perceptual changes that you think are real. And so brought to truth, this changing world of perception is senseless. You go, well, why does any of this mean anything? Is any of it real? When I could stay in this unchangeable truth and have perfect knowledge and be perfectly happy, peaceful, joyful, and blissful for all eternity, forever, why would I want to choose this world of changing perception where nothing is certain, everything's changing moment by moment, and there's no certainty? And when you see the choices, then you make the right one. So Any other thoughts or comments on that one?
That's good, actually. Yeah.
Okay. So Lane, if you can read number 4 in the alternative, not much to translate. God will become pure formless awareness of perfect love, or perfect love when it's perfect loves when it becomes the possessive.
Perception's laws are opposite to truth. And what is true of knowledge is not true of anything that is apart from it. Yet has pure formless awareness of perfect love given the answer to the world of sickness, which applies to all its forms. Pure formless awareness of perfect love's answer is eternal. Through it works in time, where it is needed. Yet because it comes from perfect love, the laws of time do not affect its workings. It is in this world, only not part of it, for it is real and exists where all reality must be. Ideas do not leave their source, and their effects only seem to be apart from them. Ideas are of the mind. What is projected out and seems to be external to the mind is not outside at all, only an effect of what is in the mind and has not left its source.
If you should change that to awareness, it's external to be external to the mind, external to awareness. I think we'll keep the mind in this case. Only an effect of what is in the mind has not left its source. Okay, so what's he saying here?
Well, ideas are of the mind and they don't leave their source, and their effects only seem to be part of them. So it's effect and cause, isn't it? So, if it leaves the source, then it's an effect.
Yeah.
Um,
Ideas do not leave their source. The effects only seem to be apart from them. So when we project out into this world, so we have egoic ideas, we project them out, they seem to now leave our minds. They come back as seemingly observable external people, events, occurrences. This is not true. It's part of the illusion. The ideas haven't really left their source. The ideas are still in our mind. So what we're seeing is a reflection of our own mind. That's projection perception, which he's explaining very well. What is projected out seems to be external to the mind, is not outside at all, but only an effect of what is in the mind has not left its source. Right? So he's saying, bring it back to you, right? Whatever's outside of you is your projection. And so look within and see what the belief is that is being reflected in the projection. And that's the way that you get to look, really become aware of these egoic beliefs, the blocks to awareness of love's presence, and let them go. Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
no, that's clear, thank you.
Okay, so John, happy? We want to number 5.
Yep. Pure formless awareness of perfect love's answer lies where the belief in sin must be. For only there can its effects be utterly undone and perceived to be without cause. Perception's laws must be reversed, because they are reversals of the laws of truth. Laws of truth will forever be true and cannot be reversed, only can be misperceived as upside down. And this must be corrected where the illusion of reversal lies in my mind. So he's saying here that the love's answer is to be found always next to the adjacent, is created at the same moment as the belief in separation occurred.
Mm.
So it kind of, the moment the mistake is made, the error is made, the correction is possible to be found, it is there.
Mm. Yeah, we just have to reverse the mistake.
Yeah.
And all its effects, which once we've gone all the way down the ladder of separation, we now think we're an individual human being living in a world that's insane, with all these apparent things that threaten our well-being in our life, is challenging because it all seems to be very real. To correct it and say, well, hang on, none of this is real, none of this ever happened, it's just a projection of my own thoughts, which are insane. Actually, I'm still pure formless awareness of perfect love in every situation, no matter what these projections look like. That's the lesson. Very simple, but to apply that consistently and rigorously without exception is what the mind training is about. That's the reinterpretation of the ego's dream of the Holy Spirit of awareness of oneness, which helps us to see that none of this is true because none of it ever happened. The separation isn't true because it never really happened. So its consequences never really happened. So why am I being affected by its consequences when they never really happened? Okay, that's the logic. You can see how the intellectual part of the intellect then helps you to mentally and emotionally let go. So if you understand that, then you can let go of anger, resentment, grievances, what's covering you on emotional, covering over the truth on an emotional level. Because you have a higher understanding of, well, actually these emotions aren't real. They're just manufactured by the ego based on its false idea that actually separation has happened. So we just reverse it all, turn it all back, reverse, the whole system. We've come down the ladder of separation based on one tiny mad idea, and we have to reverse it all and go all the way back up and unwind our minds back to God and climb back up the way we came. And that looks like, well, as you living your life, you learn various lessons. These false beliefs and guilt and sin and fear and attack and accusation, blame and complaint and so on. These come into your experience so that you can transcend them, you can unwind them and realize that they're all untrue. Dismiss them as untrue, and that will eventually lead you back to the awareness that you are just pure formless awareness of perfect love. And the idea of separation in all its forms and guises is not true. And that's the whole program, the at-one-ment process that he's training us to accomplish through this course. Okay, happy with number 5?
Yep, good go.
Okay, Jelaine, number 6. God will become pure formless awareness of perfect love, or perfect loves in the possessive, and God's will becomes pure formless awareness of perfect love.
It's impossible that one illusion be less amenable to undoing through truth than are the rest. But it is possible that some are given greater value and less willingly offered to truth for healing and for help. No illusion has any truth in it, yet it appears some are more true than others. Although this clearly makes no sense at all that a hierarchy of illusions can show is preference, not reality. What relevance has preference to the truth? Illusions are illusions and are false. My preference gives them no reality. Not one is true in any way, and all must yield with equal ease to what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave as the answer to them all. Perfect love's awareness is one, and any wish that seems to go against its awareness has no foundation in the truth.
Okay, so what's he saying here? Summary?
Just all illusions are false, and we tend to think there's a hierarchy of illusions that have a preference, but they're all the same. There's no reality to any of them. There's no preference at all where the truth is concerned.
There's no order of difficulty in miracles because there's no hierarchy of illusions. Right? So they're all in the same order, they're all unreal. The Holy Spirit knows that and can let each one of them go because of that. So however big it seems and strong and powerful, whatever illusions we have about it, it's all in the same category. And there's only one category. It's either real or it's not. So this is what he's training our minds to perceive. What relevance is preference to the truth? Illusions are illusions and are all false. Or let's say are all false. My preference gives them no reality. Put a capital R. My preference for one over the other gives them no reality. Not one is true in any way, all must yield with equal ease to what pure formless awareness and perfect love gave as the answer to them all, which is the simple truth that they're all unreal. Perfect love's awareness is one, and any wish that seems to go against its awareness has no foundation in the truth. So you bring the truth, you bring the illusions to the truth, and it looks on them and says, it's just the same. There's no difference, there's no preference. They're all the same, they're all just dreams. These are images projected onto the screen of time and space. However big or scary or attractive, desirable the images seem to be, they're all in the same order, they're all unreal. And if we can perceive that always, then our minds are healed, our minds are corrected, and we cannot be fooled by the dream. We've awakened from the dream. So that's what he's training us to do through this mind training course. Okay, so any questions on that, John? You okay with that?
Yeah, fine with that.
All right, so number 7, if you can read that for us in the alternative.
Sin is not error, for it goes beyond correction to impossibility. Yet the belief that it is real has made some errors seem forever past the hope of healing and the lasting grounds for victimhood. If this were so, the state of pure formless awareness would be opposed by its own opposite that would be as real as it. Then perfect love's awareness would be split in two. All beingness be subjected to the laws of two opposing powers, and pure formless awareness of perfect love would have split the world apart and attacked itself. So it would have lost its mind. So it would have
lost its mind. Yeah, it doesn't need another.
Oh yes. So would it? So would it have lost its mind? proclaiming sin had taken its reality from it and brought its love at last to vengeance's destruction. An insane, an insane defense can be expected for such an insane picture, only cannot establish that the picture is true.
But cannot establish that the picture is true. Okay, so what's he saying there?
It's saying here that sin, the belief in separation, is not simply an error because we push it to being impossible. That we push it beyond just an error. Yeah, the belief that it is real. It's our belief in sin that has made some errors seem impossible to correct or heal. Because if that were possible, then we would be, for some reason, we would be fighting against our real selves.
So this is the picture of the ego. The ego's convinced us that yes, we have actually done this. We have split our minds. That now there's two opposing powers in our minds and in the world, and the pure formless awareness of perfect love has attacked itself. Well, this pure formless awareness of perfect love, that's not possible. And so it's lost its mind. God has gone insane. We now have a vicious, vengeful, insane God. Brought its love at last to vengeance's destruction. We have this picture of God now as a fearful, wrathful, separate and vengeful God that is going to attack and punish and hurt us and kill us for our imagined sin. And it's chaos. Saying this is chaos. Your mind is chaos. It's totally as a result, and you simply need to realize that none of it's true. You've made this all up. It's a hallucination. It has nothing to do with reality whatsoever. So awaken from the nightmare, just realize it's not real, and return to your original state before you had the idea of separation. It seemed to split your mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Insane defense can be expected for such an insane picture. We cannot establish that the picture is true. So if you look at this picture, we've actually pictorially represented it. You have various insane defenses for it. Accusation, blame, attack. That's the projection of guilt outwards onto others. You blame them. These are all classic ego defenses for its illusory identity, and to just recognize that the defenses just reinforce the falsity. You don't want the defenses. You want to let them go, so that you can reinterpret it with the help of the Holy Spirit and be free of it, because these thoughts and these emotions are not happy, pleasant ones. They enslave you into this really awful, hellish reality of victimhood and separation and suffering. The helpless innovator little life, which is hell. That's what the ego is trying to keep you in, this little box, telling you it's all real. The Holy Spirit says, no, it's all absolutely false. It has no reality whatsoever. Just remember who you really are. That's beyond all this. And so guilt and sin all of its effects, projection of it as attack, destruction, all these insane defenses aren't true. The sin is not error. I think that's also a key point. Right? So if you believe in sin, it's not an error, it's permanent. It goes beyond correction to impossibility. Belief that is real has made some errors seem forever past the hope of healing and the lasting grounds for victimhood and suffering. So sin is the belief that these errors are real, permanent. Okay, so you happy with number 7?
Yeah.
All right, number 8. Elaine, if you can read that one.
Nothing gives meaning where there is no meaning, and truth needs no defense to make it true. Illusions have no witnesses and no effects. Whoever perceives them is only deceived. Letting go is my only function here and serves to bring the joy this world denies to every aspect of perfect love's extension, where sin was thought to rule. Perhaps I do not see the role letting go plays in ending death and all beliefs that rise from mists of guilt. Sins are beliefs that I impose between my companion and myself. They limit me to time and space and give little space to me and another little space to him. This separating off is symbolized in my perception by a body which is clearly separate and a thing apart. Yet what this symbol represents is only my wish to be apart and separate.
Quite profound stuff there. So what's he saying in that paragraph?
Well, back to illusions. There's no witnesses and no effects. It's all false, and the only function we've got is to let it go so that we can bring joy to the world and not let sin rule anymore. Let that go, just let it all go. Sounds very easy. And let all the death and all the beliefs that rise from the mists of guilt. And we have all this coming between myself and my companions. We're stuck in time and space. And clearly the body is separate from everything. But this is a symbol representing the wish to be apart and separate. We want to be separate. We want to be in this false illusion.
You see, the problem with body identification is that it means you're confirming separation, and therefore if you're guilty, you're sinful, punishment is real, fear of attack, the whole thing comes. So that's why one has to be very vigilant. You go, well, what's the harm? A little bit of body identification. I'm pamper myself, or I'm getting a facial. Well, but look at what you're believing. You're believing you're a body. Otherwise, why would you do it? See?
Well,
that's the
all
problem.
women do. Well, I'm sure men do as well. But yeah, when I was having a bit of retail therapy in the charity shop and got a nice little top. Tried it on. I thought, oh, that looks nice. So that's body identification. So it's hard to sort of get rid of the whole lot because we still need to wear clothes and we still need to.
Yeah, you do, but you don't need to attach to them in any way. Go, oh, well, now I'm going to seek out clothes that look better, that show me off in the best light, and all the image consciousness and the body identification that goes with that. No, clothes are functional. I wear clothes that are comfortable. They work for me, and it's a different perception of it. You see?
Trouble is, I still work, and if I went in sort of, all disheveled and dirty clothes, then I'd get the sack.
No, well, so then that's not functional. The clothes must be like, okay, it's appropriate for the environment.
Smart.
Okay, so you're working, so you wear appropriately. But in your mind, you're not attached to your image. You're okay, well, how are people looking at me? Some people are very body.
But it's still.
Am I presenting the right image? What are people thinking of me? And then, of course, if someone thinks badly of you, they go, well, it didn't think much of your outfit or something, you feel offended. It's like, well, that's me. You see, I've identified that's all that with the outfit as me because I've invested myself in it, and then I get offended.
Well, I tend to go for very plain clothes anyway. But nevertheless, obviously, I still have body identification because I did enjoy yesterday morning because the lady was going around the shop and getting some nice bits and pieces for me. So I must admit, I did enjoy that.
So that's the thing, like, watch your mind. Go, okay, so what's happening here? Am I identifying with the body here? Am I thinking in this moment that I'm a body, that things of the body are important, that all of the stuff that we've invented
I wasn't
for the
thinking
body?
That. I was just going with the flow. It was just we were having a laugh.
Well, that's okay. So you flowed with it. You enjoy it. There was a sense of joy, of connection.
Yeah, just having a laugh, and she was.
But you've got to be vigilant because it's like, well, what am I really thinking and feeling? That's really the the only thing that you need to be aware of. Yeah, if you're thinking and feeling egoic thoughts, and that's nice. Well, I'd look better in that. That's body identification. If you're like, oh, I'm in here having quite a nice chat to the sales assistant, and it's kind of a flowing experience.
Well, we're two volunteers just working in a charity shop. It was just, with it being my birthday, she decided to be my personal shopper. So we've just been like two children, really. That's all.
Yeah. So you can experience. So there's a connection. It's a holy relationship. There's a connection. There's some kind of flow of love going on. That's not body identification. So you're shopping for clothes, but there's something deeper and more satisfying that's going on than just I'm going shopping because I want to look good.
Yeah, of course.
You need to be aware. Okay, well, why am I? What are my motives? You need to be very honest with yourself. What are my motives? Is I'm doing this because I just want to look good?
Well, if I have to,
or am I actually enjoying the experience? I'm actually enjoying the process, and I'm connecting with her, and we're having a bit of a laugh.
Yes,
and,
it was definitely
the
that.
Clothes are just part of that whole experience. Okay, well, you see, that's different. That's now the Holy Spirit is interpreting it and experiencing it for you, and without fostering body identification.
But when I put the dress on, I thought, oh, that's very pretty. So what does that mean? Does that mean I'm thinking I'm identifying with my body? Because
in the moment, you're looking at form, you're looking at the body, you're saying it looks good on my body. I'm looking at the form. So there's but you go, okay, well, it looks nice, but I can just let it go. It's like, okay, well, that'll do. I'll take that one. And then, you just let it go. Rather than going, that's so pretty. I've just bought this dress, and then you talk to your husband about it, and you tell her friends.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
I'm just saying that that's what some women might do.
Yeah,
and then it just increases the body identification. It's like we go. The mind gets consumed and obsessed with body identification rather than what's deeper, and that's then been used as a distraction to cover over the truth.
So you, as a gentleman, go and get your shopping. Don't you go for clothes that suit you well? That look good on you?
Honestly, I don't really shop for clothes. It's not something I do. So what I've got is, perfectly adequate. So, but if I was shopping for a particular purpose, let's say I needed a business suit or something, I've got one of those, but I'll never wear it. I would go, okay, well, what's appropriate for the occasion? If it's for a wedding, then okay, if everyone's dressed in a suit, I'll wear a suit or something smart. Okay, so like this is what Ken Wilber would say: be normal, but at the same time understand what's going on. It's like, okay, well, it's just clothes.
I know what you mean. Yes, yeah.
You can't show up naked to a wedding because you'll be seen as
No.
complete freak and told to leave. So yes, you play the game, you dress appropriately. I do business meetings on Zoom or in person. Yeah, okay, so you're appropriately dressed, but it's just a game. You're not really attached. See, the key thing is don't identify yourself as the body. That's the key.
Just laughing aside, it's just, obviously occasionally you might sort of, like you say, put it like there, if I go to work, I might put a little bit of lipstick on, but that's habit. But I'm not doing it because I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to look really lovely. I just do it out of habit because I've always done it.
So, but then question those and say, okay, so do I really need to do that? Maybe I don't.
Not really, no, but it's just habit and I like it.
Well,
like a strawberry thing, it's just tastes nice. I like it really, but I'm not doing it because I want to attract anybody. It's purely habit.
Yeah, so the course is saying, well, be vigilant. Look at everything from this perspective, reinterpret the Holy Spirit, and then make a decision accordingly. Maybe you go, well, if it's just a habit, I've been doing it for years and years, maybe I don't need to do it anymore. Maybe I could change it. Well, I'm just doing it because I've always done it.
No, I like it actually.
Okay, so then ask yourself, why do I like it? Why do I like it?
It feels nice. It feels nice, bit of moisture, because obviously you've got this dry sun here. So I feel I just.
So it's moisture. It's moisturizing your lips.
Yeah, I'm not doing it for it, and it's just part of my ritual.
Okay.
So
if you're happy with that, you feel it's not. The question is it increasing your body identification or not? That's the question always. So you need to be honest with yourself.
Not really.
Okay. Fine then. Just let it go and just do what you do.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you can't do it. Just be aware of your motives. That's really what the course is saying. Not saying you can't wear lipstick, but why are you doing it?
Well, to be honest, by the time I get to work, it's come off. So.
Well, and you go like, well, is there any point then? I don't know. Well, maybe it gave your lips some moisture that helped them to be less dry. Okay, well,
I don't take it with me.
That's kind of functional.
Just a habit. We all have these little habits, don't we? Yeah, it's just a habit, but I don't bring it with me. I just pop it on as habit in the morning. You brush your hair, brush your teeth, do your usual bits and bobs.
And then you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the course is saying, well, just look at everything in your life and bring it to the Holy Spirit and ask for guidance. Okay, is this appropriate or not? Does this help me to let go of my ego, or does it reinforce the ego?
Makes no difference. No difference. No.
Okay.
No.
Remember, he says there are no neutral thoughts because I see no neutral things. It's one of the early lessons. There are no neutral thoughts. So it's going to be one or the other.
Well, I don't know.
I'm not saying that you can't wear lipstick and not be in the Holy Spirit. You can. I think it's possible. But, just be honest with yourself.
What about painting your toenails? Sorry, John, I know this must be very boring for you. But
I mean, it's because we all have these body identification habits. I think women perhaps more so than men, but men do their thing as well in other ways. Painting your toenails. Well,
I didn't paint my toenails. It was just I had a birthday treat, and it was a spa treatment. I thought, well, yeah, all right, I'll have it. And she says, we'll paint your nails? And I said, whatever you want to do. So now I've got some nice pink nails, nice polish on my toes. So it's all just a little bit of fun, isn't it, really?
But you just got to watch and go, well, I think that's nice because I look better, so I want to do it again. That's the trap.
No, not bothered.
Yeah. So okay. So it was an experience, you give her the gift, it's your birthday, she painted, okay. All right, go with the flow, it's all right.
Yeah.
It's all about the thoughts and emotions going on in you. That's the question. Always got to be honest with yourself.
That's just about
Is it
enjoying.
hindering, or is it helping you to attain your atonement in that moment? What is the effect?
It just brings a little bit of fun and joy. And it's not hurting or harming anybody. It's giving the girl some hard-earned money. It's helping out. She's offering a service. It's putting a smile on her face.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. She may not.
So if it's genuine joy, if you genuinely enjoy in that experience, then no problem, because your joy is, the Holy Spirit wants for us.
But I mean, like you and John, you'll have your things, your little rituals. John will probably do a bit of shaving.
We all have some kind of body rituals, because you kind of have to manage it.
Yeah.
But the question is, do you do it with identification or not? Are you identified with the body in doing that? Some people are very identified. It's they wear the right fragrance and they whatever, and they very, very much attached to the body identity and how they look. For others, it's like, well, okay, functional, just practical. So yeah, your body needs to wash occasionally, clean your teeth, have a shave, because otherwise it gets scratchy and uncomfortable. Okay, well, it's not increasing any identification with the body.
Yeah.
And that's really the question.
Yeah.
And your self-concept is not attached to it. That's really what you've got to be aware of. Your self-concept now, identifying with yourself as a body is the problem, because that makes the separation real. It makes the thought system of sin and guilt real, and fear, attacks, and death, punishment are all real in that moment. We made them real. This is not a good thing to do, as he's trying to train us. So there's a need for vigilance and discernment.
Yeah, that's good.
No. And there's no prescriptive rules. It's saying, well, that's why he doesn't go into, well, you shouldn't be using lipstick, or you shouldn't. He doesn't do that, does he? Just because he's like, well, I'll give you the principles, and then you learn to apply it with the help of the Holy Spirit in your life, and that's your learning. It's how you actually apply it while you're seemingly living here in this world.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so forgiveness takes away. Number 9. Is it John? John, your turn. Letting go takes away.
Letting go takes away what stands between my companion and myself. It is my wish that I be joined with him and not apart from him. We call it a wish because it still conceives of other choices and has not yet reached beyond the world of choice entirely. Yet this wish is in line with the state of pure formless awareness and is not in opposition to pure formless awareness of perfect love. Although it falls far short of giving me my full inheritance, it does remove the obstacles that I have placed between the state of pure formless awareness where I am, and recognition of where and what I am. Facts are unchanged. Yet facts can be denied and thus be unknown, although they were known before they were denied.
Okay, what's he saying in this one?
It's saying here that forgiveness or letting go removes the the barriers that we put up between ourselves and others. And as such will take us a long way to reuniting with Source. It won't take us all the way, but it will take us a long way.
It takes us to the gates of heaven. It takes us to where God takes the final step, and this awareness that is our true awareness just merges with us. We have what one would call a Satori moment, a revelation, and we surrender into that state. And when that becomes permanent, the body is gone, the need for a world is gone. So he's saying, look, it's a process. It removes the obstacles I've placed between the state of pure formless awareness, where I truly am, and my recognition of where and what I am. So the problem is I truly am there, but I don't recognize it. Remember, we talked about that earlier with Roger Walsh's article. This is a recognition rather than an attainment. You don't have to try and become something better. You just have to recognize what you truly are. And there's blocks to your awareness that prevent that. So those need to be let go of. And then your recognition of where and what you truly are arises. Facts he's talking about are these facts of who you are, where you are, your true nature, your true state of being, but we've denied the facts. That I can deny facts. Which are then unknown to me, although then become unknown to me. So through my denial, what I once knew is now denied and obscured, and I don't know it, seemingly. Although they were known before they were denied, although I did know them while they were denied. So before I denied truth, I knew the truth. I had full knowledge of it. I experienced it fully. I was in it. And then once I denied it, that truth became obscured, and I now live in the denial, which now seems to be the new truth. The denial of truth then becomes an illusory reality, and a self and an identity from it, which I get caught up in. And I get so caught up in the denial truth that I believe it's now the truth. It's now my reality forever. That's what's happened with this egoic thought system, which has to now all be undone, unwound, and we have to go back to what we knew before all of this, which we always already were, still are, but we've denied it. Okay, is that clear?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so number 10, salvation, awakening. Lane, if you can read that.
Oh, yeah. I'll just put the light on there. Awakening, perfect and complete, asks only a little wish of me, that what is true be true, a little willingness to overlook what is not there, a little sigh that speaks for the state of pure formless awareness, as a preference to this world that death and desolation seem to rule. In joyous answer, beingness will arise within me to replace the world I see with a state of pure formless awareness, wholly perfect and complete. What is letting go but a willingness that truth be true? What can remain unhealed and broken from
a unity which holds all things within itself. There is no sin, and every correction is possible. The instant that the extension of perfect love perceives his wishes and the pure formless awareness of perfect love are one.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
It's pure and simple. If you want to be in awakening, just let what's true be true. Just it only takes a little bit of willingness, and just overlook what's actually really not there. Just replace the world with the state of pure formless awareness, and that there is no sin, and every correction is possible because they're all equal and all the same.
Yeah. The moment we perceive that our wish is the same as pure formless awareness of perfect love. So I have no other desire. Has no other wishes, just for that. It's the same. My only desire is this awareness. And then that merges me into that awareness. As soon as I have other wishes, then that denies pure formless awareness of perfect love, you see. So I wish for something else, let's say on a body level. I wish for the body, I wish for something to adorn the body or make the body more beautiful or protect the body or whatever. That wish is now out of alignment with pure formless awareness of perfect love. It denies pure formless awareness of perfect love. Subtly, we don't even realize we're doing it, do we? But that's what the ego is. We deny truth all the time when we're in its thought system, and that's why we suffer, we die. But it seems so normal in this world that it's difficult to realize that it's really completely insane. Right? So if you're in the insane asylum and you've lived there your whole life, you've grown up with the rules of the asylum, and you think that that's normality. You think that's normal, don't you? You would. And anyone who comes in and says, no, guys, this is all upside down and crazy, you would see as the crazy one. You go, no, you're crazy. Because the rules are the rules, and that's how it works here. And who are you to say otherwise? You're the crazy one. But the crazy ones of this world are the ones who've left the asylum, and they've seen that there's another reality that's beyond this one. And they come back into it. They say, guys, you're all crazy. Wake up. That's, again, another version of the cave allegory. You call it a cave, a prison, a movie theater, an asylum, doesn't matter. It's the same idea. We're in this false reality. And within that reality, these laws of insanity seem to be real and seem to govern us. But you have to leave that reality, go beyond it to see that actually none of them are true. And so being then arises from outside of this little bubble. To visualize it, you might want to think of it as a bubble of a little bubble of thought that we've got caught up in based on an idea of separation. That's now our reality. We're a little projection in that bubble. It's a four-dimensional bubble, so there's 3 dimensions of space and then time. And we've got so caught up in that's become our whole reality. But outside of the bubble is just this infinite spacious awareness, light. And this tiny little bubble is floating in this infinite awareness, thinking that this is now reality, and not being able to see beyond the limits of the bubble we've created, which is exactly what we've done with this world and this universe. It's a thought bubble projected out, seemingly real, that we now seemingly can't escape because it's in our minds. And we've got so attached to it that we can't just let it go. What else is he saying in here? Paragraph 10.
Just got to, sorry, I've got to quickly pop out. One of the dogs needs the toilet. I do apologize. 5 minutes. She's desperate.
Okay.
Yeah, just be 5 minutes.
All right. Any thoughts on that one, John?
I'm not sure what else to add, really. I think it's kind of got it, really.
What is letting go but a willingness that truth be true? That's all it is. Okay, I'm going to let go of what's not true and allow the truth to be true. It's so simple. Yeah, the more you look at it, it's so simple. It's such a simple idea, such a simple teaching. That's why he says this course is very simple. Your resistance to it is just because you don't want to let go of the complexity of the ego that you've invented to obscure the simple truth. But if you listen to it, so simple, yeah, just let go of what's not true, because it was never true. Then you make the corrections or the miracles, which show you the truth. They reveal more and more of this truth that's within you, and eventually your will, your wishes, and pure formless awareness of perfect love are one. There's no other desire or wish than that awareness. That awareness is your complete reality. So you see why you have to let go of other desires and wishes, because as soon as you desire something else, you're really saying, I don't want pure formless awareness of perfect love, I want something else in that moment. It's very subtle, and it happens all the time, and it's just a seemingly normal part of human experience. But that is what we're doing all the time. Whenever we desire something else than the truth, we're saying, well, yeah, my mind wants something else. And of course, the mind being powerful, then it makes it up and it gives it to you. That's what we've done. And now we have a manufactured fake reality giving us what we think we want, but what we don't really want, that obscures what we truly want, which is actually where we truly are. Okay, so I'm going to tell us, no problem. So happy to move on to 11.
Yeah, yeah. What is the pure formless awareness of perfect love? It is aware its extension has everything. And this it guaranteed when it extended its extension as everything there truly is. If what I have is what I am, it is impossible that anything be lost. This is the correction by which extension becomes my function that I share with pure formless awareness of perfect love. It is not understood apart from pure formless awareness of perfect love, and therefore has no meaning in this world. Here does the extension of perfect love ask not too much of me, only far too little. I would sacrifice its own identity with everything to find a little treasure of my own. And this I cannot do without a sense of isolation, loss, and loneliness. This is the treasure I have sought to find, and I can only be afraid of it. Is fear a treasure? Can uncertainty be what I want? Or is it just a mistake about my awareness and what I really am?
So what's he saying here?
It's saying that we kind of feed ourselves with illusions constantly and lose our way
Mm.
And that actually a lot is not actually asked of it. It's only a little is asked, really. Our little willingness to get back to truth.
Mm. Yeah, he's asking us a question. Is this fear a treasure? Can you really want uncertainty?
Yeah.
And I really want uncertainty over the certainty of pure formless awareness. Is it just a mistake about my awareness of what I really am? So again, this is the the intellect is going, okay, well, question it. Question it. Really consider. Maybe this is just an error. I'm just making a mistake, and I've made the mistake real, but I can let it go. I don't have to believe this. I don't have to value the world of fear. The perception is fearful because we never know what's going to happen next, do we? So it's inherently fearful. It's like, well, I can't rely on it because it can change in unpleasant ways at any point. So how can I rely on this? How can I be certain? That's the nature of human life and perception. So fear is inherent in it. If you believe in perception, you will always be fearful, won't you?
Yeah, you have to be. Yeah.
Yeah. If you identify with your perceptions, so that could change and that could change. And for most people, if you programmed into the conditioned mind of the ego, then the world's a very fearful place, especially as you start getting older. Because now the emphasis becomes on protecting yourself rather than on, what you desire and opportunities. And you look on the world amiss. You go, the world is real, and now I feel fearful because everything's uncertain and everything's changing, and it's always changed. But as I get older, it becomes harder to deal with that change. You get more rigid in your thinking. It's not like it was in the old days. No, well, it's never been. Obviously, it's never going to be the same as it was because things are changing all the time. That's the nature of the perceptual world. And if we identify with it, fear is inevitable. But if we can disidentify with it and just let it go and realize there's a transcendent realm and awareness, that's what I really am. And then the mistake is corrected the moment we do that. Okay, anything else in that is a word, extension is everything. Is it guaranteed? When extension is everything that truly is. So I can't really lose this, but I've imagined I've lost it. That is extension of perfect love. Ask not too much of me, but far too little. Let's check that. Here is the Son of God. Ask not too much. So here do I. Maybe that might be better. Extension of perfect love. How about here do I? As the extension of perfect love. Ask not too much, but far too little. I wanted to sacrifice my own identity and everything to find a little treasure of my own. Sacrifice his own identity with everything. I think what he means is identification. I want to sacrifice my own identification. That would be better, wouldn't it? everything. Find a little treasure of my own. So instead of identifying with everything as one, I now say, well, I want this, a little treasure of my own, because it's mine. And this I cannot do without a sense of isolation, loss, and loneliness. This is the treasure I've sought to find. So the treasure just brings isolation, loss, and loneliness, and fear. And he's saying, can this really be a treasure, or can you just realize it's a mistake? And let it go. And the more you do this text and this course, the more you realize it's so simple. It's just a tiny mad idea. It's just an error that can be corrected anytime. Right now, you can correct it, and you can be in your right mind. Yeah, the body and the world's not just going to disappear. It's a fixed construct and projection, projected from another level of the mind. So it won't disappear immediately, but eventually it will disappear. Eventually, it's inevitable. You're going to die. So the body will go, the senses will go, and if you're in your right mind, you stay in pure mind, in pure formless awareness of perfect love, and you never need to come back into a body. Okay, so happy with number 11, John?
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know if you're still with us, Elaine. You're still with us? You read number 12 if you're with us.
I'm listening here, but I've just got to hang some towels out now. Sorry, I'm just got waylaid to another 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay, all right, John can do it.
Yeah.
You read number 12.
Yeah. Let us consider what the error is, so it can be corrected, not protected. Sin is belief attacked and be projected outside the mind where the belief arose. Here, the firm conviction that ideas can leave their source is made real and meaningful. And from this error, the world of sin and sacrifice does arise. This world is an attempt to prove my innocence while cherishing attack. This failure lies in that I still feel guilty, though without understanding why. Effects are seen as separate from their source and seem to be beyond me to control or to prevent. What is kept apart in this way can never join.
Okay, so what's he saying in this one?
It's saying that it's asking us to consider what error is and to look at what errors we have created so as we can correct them rather than have them stuck within us.
Mm.
And the belief in separation is carried forward by the idea that we can create, well, by us projecting our guilt outside of ourselves.
As well as an attempt to prove my innocence while cherishing attack. So what the ego is doing is it's always saying, well, I'm not the guilty one, although I feel guilty. I can't really handle that. So I'm going to project it out to someone else. I'm going to transfer the guilt to them, which is what we do when we blame, we accuse. Whenever we accuse, blame, or otherwise attack anyone, we are trying to project our own guilt and say, well, actually, you're the guilty one, and I'm innocent. So you will suffer, you will be punished by God because you're the guilty one, and I'm off the hook. It's very childish, but that's the mechanism. But the more we do that, the more we project our guilt, and our sin, the more we reinforce that we have it to give, don't we? If you're giving something continuously, you're saying, well, actually, I have a lot of it to give. So I'm attacking and attacking, trying to offload my guilt, but I'm actually just reinforcing it. That's why I say sin is the belief. Attack can be projected outside the mind where the belief arose. So sin says, well, it's outside of me, and someone else is sinful or guilty because I don't want to accept that sin and guilt. And so now I see it outside of me and I judge it as separate from me. And this person or people will be punished. They are the ones who are sinful and guilty rather than me. And this accounts for so much of the ego's madness in human history. You look at that mechanism of blame and attack. It accounts for all the violence, the attacks, the wars, and all the misery and suffering that causes is simply caused by this insane idea that you can actually project out what is within. Which is not really possible, but the ego's tried to convince you it is. The firm conviction ideas can leave their sources made real and meaningful. So the ego tells you, no, the idea is not in your mind anymore. It's left your source. It's outside of you. The sin is now outside of you, and you perceive it as outside rather than within. There was an attempt to prove my innocence while cherishing attack. So I prove my innocence by saying, I'm not responsible. I'm not the guilty one. Someone else is, you see? And in the process of doing that, I blame them and I attack them. I'm trying to reinforce my innocence through that process, but actually I'm denying my innocence because innocence and guilt and attack cannot coexist in the mind. This failure lies in that I still feel guilty, though without understanding why. So the more I project the guiltier I feel. I still feel the guilt because I keep giving it. And I keep reinforcing, the more that I attack, I keep reinforcing that I'm guilty. But I don't understand why. Perceive effects as separate from their source and seem to be beyond me. They seem to be beyond me to control or prevent. What is kept apart in this way can never join. So here we have a picture of this chaotic world. Right? I projected my guilt out. It now seems to be beyond me. Now seems to be all the stuff is there to hurt me and harm me and attack me. Other people are set against me, and I can't control it. It's out of my control, and I can desperately try and control. That's where fear comes in, but it's going to continuously be elusive. I'm never really going to get control of this world, no matter how hard I try. So it's a futile quest. And Yeshua is saying to us, well, just see the futility and insanity of this and let it all go and return your mind to truth, because that's the only way out of the insanity and the conundrum of the ego. So you get caught in this thought system, you try and figure it out from within the thought system, you're never going to succeed. You just keep doing the same thing, projecting your guilt outwards, reinforcing the guilt, so that then something else comes in, triggers you, and you do the same pattern. Project it out, you get angry and you attack. What is kept apart in this way can never join. So then you never unite your mind with the whole, because you perceive yourself as separate, a separate human being just struggling in this victimhood to try and make some sense of this insane world and try and find some kind of happiness within a construct of sin, guilt, fear, attack, and death, which is never going to work. Okay, number 12 covered, I think. Happy with that?
Yeah, good with.
Okay, 13. Elaine, you back online?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Cause and effect. Cause and effect are one, not separate.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love asks that I learn what has always been true, that it extended me as part of itself, and this must still be true because ideas do not leave their source. Such is the law of being, that each idea the mind conceives only adds to its abundance and never takes away. This is as true of what is ideally wished as what is truly willed, because the mind can wish to be deceived, but cannot make itself be what it is not. And to believe ideas can leave their source is to invite illusions to be true without success. For never will success be possible in trying to deceive the extension of perfect love.
Things that are around success. So if I try and deceive myself, I can never truly succeed because the truth will remain true. So the ego is doomed to failure continuously. It'll never fully succeed in usurping and denying the spirit. So ultimately a futile thought system, because you can never succeed. You're never really achieving anything. You just continue the denial of what's true and try and somehow make that satisfying. Success will never be possible. For I will never succeed. How about that? For it is not possible for me to succeed in trying to deceive.
Can we just reflect a little bit, John, on that first? Can we just reflect a little bit on that first point?
Yeah.
Cause and effect are one, not separate.
Yeah.
When in the illusion, you know, we have cause and we have effect, and I think it says in the text or in the course somewhere that, you know, we have to be mindful of what we do because there are consequences.
It's the basic law. Cause and effect is karma. It's the basic law of this world. But remember, it's this world, the world of perception, in which cause and effect seem to be separate. So I now have a cause, it's guilt in my mind, and then I have an effect, I suffer. Seem to be punished, maybe I get sick or some adverse thing happens. And they're not, in truth, they're not separate. They're actually simultaneous, they're one. The cause and its effect are actually the same. They just seem, in the illusion, to be separated by time. So another mechanism the egos use to create the illusion of separation is real. Because if you perceive them as one, okay, so I have a cause, I feel guilty, instantly I'm punished and something bad happens, well, it would be too obvious, wouldn't it? You'd be like, what? Okay, I get it. Like, actually, I'm just doing this to myself. So it has to create the illusion of time and separate cause and effect out so that we think that the effects are somehow independent from the cause in our minds. And we go, well, the effect, you know, that's not me, that's the world. The world's doing it. Someone else is doing that too. And it might happen, you know, at a different time. I'm not at that moment, an effect is happening. I might not be aware that I've actually got this underlying sin and guilt going, because it's all covered over. So in truth, the highest level in pure formless awareness cause and effect are one. There's no effect and there's no cause because there's no separation. The cause, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love, is the effect, pure formless awareness of perfect love. And there's nothing to distinguish that. It's collapsed into one. Do you see?
Yeah.
So it's on another level. The cause and effect are not separate and are one. In this world, it seems that they are separate, but that's the illusion. So then related to cause and effect, he's saying, ask me to recognize that the truth is still true. It extended me as part of itself. And this must still be true, which is why we make it extend. But I'm going to leave extended because then it must still be true, makes sense, because ideas do not leave their source. So this awareness that is my own true awareness, my fundamental awareness, must have extended me. Because I have awareness, I have life. And that's still true. It extends me right now. The only reason that I have life is because this awareness is present in my mind. And it gives me life. Such as the law of being. Each idea the mind conceives only adds to its abundance and never takes away. So when we're in our right mind, it just reinforces. The thoughts we have reinforce the abundance of being. Realizing that we actually are whole, complete, and perfect in our beingness. Cannot make itself be what it is not. It's true what I idly wish. Idly, falsely maybe. Falsely. What I falsely wish is what is I truly will. This is true of what I falsely wish is what I truly will is. Okay, it's moved. As what I truly will is, because my mind can wish to be deceived, it cannot make itself be what it is not. So there's this deception going on. We think we've done it, but actually we can't ever pull it off. We can't ever be this false identity we've invented. It's not possible. So the truth will remain there, perhaps unrecognized for many years, many lifetimes, but it remains there, always available for us to start recognizing whenever we're ready.
So when it says cause and effect are one, not separate, it's taking us back to there is only oneness. And
yeah, oneness is perfect, pure formless awareness of perfect love is cause, right? It's the source beyond which you cannot go. Well, that's all there is, really. You can't deconstruct that. You can't go beyond it. It's ultimate reality. So that's cause, and we are its effect. But cause and effect are exactly the same. And that awareness that caused us to have awareness of life is the effect.
Okay.
The cause and effect become one.
Yeah.
It's the same awareness.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nothing to distinguish it because there's no time and no space. So what would separate cause and its effect in pure formless awareness of perfect love? There's no separation. They are one awareness. Mm-hmm. So they collapse. The idea, the cause and effect are, egoic ideas. They're based on an idea that you can be separate, that there's time. That all collapses into oneness, and cause becomes the effect, and the effect becomes the cause, and they merge into what we call pure formless awareness of perfect love, which just is. And it is the first and the only cause and effect. And that is, our realization of that, our awareness of that brings us back home into true cause and true
I
effect.
think
as
what
themselves.
what is making sense to me now, John, when you say it, is that cause is pure formless awareness, and we are its effect, i.e., its extension, and as such, we are one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one cause. It's a single cause, and we're not really an effect at all. We're just that awareness. But in the illusion, we talk about these ideas because they seem to have some meaning. Cause, and then, okay, there's a cause, and then something happens, and something else happens. The results of that, and then there's an effect. We understand that because that's the world we've invented. But in truth, there's no cause and there's no effect. It's just one awareness. And so it collapses the cause-effect idea, which is karma. In the East, they call this karma. Cause and effect is the idea of karma, that you can do something and then something else happens. And the karma is what keeps your life going. Because you think there's a cause, and then you think there's time has to elapse, and now there's an effect, and another effect, and more causes and more effects. And it's all false causation and false effect. That's the whole illusion. False cause and false effect happening all the time to create this unreal illusion. And so collapsing our karma just takes us back to the single cause, the first cause, God, and says that is the only cause and that's the only effect. And there's nothing else. Because the idea of separation, it seems to deny that never happened. And it collapses all back into oneness. And he's saying you can deceive yourself, you can try and deceive yourself. It's not possible for me to succeed in my attempts to deceive the extension of perfect love. So the ego tries its hardest to deceive us and keep us in the illusion of a separate self and false causation and effect. But you can't ever do it because the truth will remain true forever. At some point, you will recognize every mind in the dream world will awaken to that truth when it is its decision to do so. So he's saying to us, well, why wait? What are you waiting for? For more, false causes and effects in the illusion? That's never going to work. Just do it now. Collapse all false cause and effect in your mind and return yourself back to pure formless awareness of perfect love. And then you realize that you are the effect of it as well as the cause. There's no distinction in that enlightened awareness. Cause and its effect merge into one and are not separate. Okay, does that make sense? John, happy with that? Any questions?
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Okay, so whose turn is it? I've lost count. Is it you, John? I think it's you.
Yeah, it is.
Number 14.
The correction is possible when cause and consequence are brought together, not kept separate. The healing of effect without the cause can merely shift effects to other forms. This is not release. Pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension could never be content with less than full awakening and escape from guilt. But otherwise, he still demands that he must make some sacrifice, and so denies that everything is his.
Just pause there. Otherwise, God's Son could never be content. So the He is God's Son. So otherwise it still demands that it must make some sacrifice, and so denies that everything. And we can personalize it, for otherwise I still the mind.
Yeah, yeah.
Otherwise I still demand that I must make some sacrifice, and so deny that everything is mine, unlimited by loss of any kind.
A tiny sacrifice is just the same in its effects as is the whole idea of sacrifice. If loss in any form is possible, then pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension is made incomplete and not itself. Nor will it know itself, nor recognize its own. And so it is with me. Letting go is a correction for a world of self-deception made to hide the cause of all things there is, and leave the effect unknown, alone and separate from its cause.
Okay, so just looking at this, I think we've got loss in many, and God's Son is made complete and not himself. Yeah. Nor will he know himself, nor recognize his will. So it's just do number 8. Nor will I know myself. Nor will I know myself. 2 nors. Nor. Nor will I know myself. Do you have nor or nor or? Will I know myself? Or recognize? What do you think he means by my own? Will I know myself? Or recognize my own? Recognize my own what? Recognize my own identity, maybe.
Yes, yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Or I know myself.
For my own true self.
Nor will I know myself and recognize my own identity. And then I think ChatGPT has changed this, and so it is with me. It's actually quite extraordinary. It writes its own course. Like when you get to the end, it'll do a certain bit, and then it says, do you want to continue? And then if you go continue, it actually generates. I'll just show you briefly. You might be quite interested. So all of this was generated after the first 8 paragraphs, and it just made it up. This is not in the course. It's just written this. So you just read so let's say read paragraph 9.
Mistakes are for correction and they call for nothing else. What calls for more than this is not a mistake, but the assertion that truth is error. The Holy Spirit does not evaluate mistakes, only looks upon them with love and knows they have been corrected. When the mind brings them to the Holy Spirit's light, then it sees them as mistakes, not sins. The mind can then be free to overlook them, see them as they are, and be at peace. Well,
So it's written that. That's not a translation of anything.
I mean, that's amazing. I mean, that's...
Because you look at what number 9 actually is. Let's go back to number 9. This is what number 9 is.
I mean, that is
Completely
very
different.
good.
Yeah, that could be genuine course. How would you know the difference?
No, absolutely, absolutely.
It reads okay. It you know, it follows on from the previous paragraph, and yet it's not what was written at all. The real number 9 is forgiveness takes away what stands between your brother and yourself.
Yeah.
Mm.
So how did that happen? It kind of went back and corrected it.
No, so what it does is it'll do a certain amount. You see it split it there. Number 8. In fact, we should just go and check number 8 actually, and just see that it didn't mistranslate. So it splits and says, okay, I can only do so much in one go. So I give it all the text and says I only do 8 paragraphs now. And then it says, would you like to continue generating? I'm like, yeah, okay, we'll carry on doing the rest. But when you do that, it doesn't translate the rest. It does its own thing. It starts writing its own course. This 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, you know, as it says, this is paraphrased and expanded rendition of sections from the text. So it knows the course. It's kind of all loaded into its whatever data banks. And then it starts writing its own course, which is actually pretty good stuff. You wouldn't know, would you? You go like, if you read that, you go, well, that could be, it's in the same language, it's the same teaching. So maybe what I'll do is I'll save these offcuts. I'll call them the offcuts. Go,
yeah.
Oh, you know, would you like to read the AI offcut of this section? And then, you know, there it is.
Number 10 is different, isn't it? The guiltless passed by them easily in the light.
Very different. It's totally different. So nothing like the original is salvation, perfect and complete, ask but a little wish. So where does this come from? I'm like, where does it's just made it up, isn't it? It's written.
I mean, it's good. It's good. I like it.
It's good stuff. It's written its own course.
Yeah. The guiltless see them as mistake to be correctless.
Yeah. And if you search on it, you know, let's take a whole phrase and actually search the course and see if that exists. I don't think it does.
Yeah. No, but it doesn't.
So it's paraphrased, but it doesn't actually exist in the course, you know, proper. So let's just do a little query search. Laws of healing. Probably want to just keep that tab. So let's duplicate, and then I'll do a little search. So if we search on that should pick it up. No results found.
Yeah.
There. It's not actually in.
What about that previous sentence? Guiltless will walk by.
What, number 10?
From the AI version, the guiltless pass by them easily in the light.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to find it. It's not there because it's made it up. But it's fascinating. You got this alternative course.
Yeah.
Being written by the AI. No results found. Whereas if you take a, just to show, if you take one from here, nothing gives meaning. So that was before any of this. Nothing gives meaning where no meaning is. It should pick it up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, picked it up. Nothing gives meaning where
Yeah.
no meaning is. Chapter 26. Oh.
Yeah.
So these things are not in the original course. They're like offcuts. So like, so what do you do with them? I'll save them. I don't know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
You'd say, well, if you want the alternative, some alternative to this, and I might just confuse the hell out of people.
Yeah. I think it will. Yeah, I think it will.
But it is actually quite good stuff.
But
It's actually helpful.
You put in 8 paragraphs, did you, for example, John?
So I put in the whole lot.
You
There's 20, and then it'll only do like 8.
Yeah.
I never know exactly how many it's going to do, but usually it's depending on the length of the paragraphs. It'll do 7 or 8, sometimes 9 if they're shorter, and then it stops. And then it's got an option to continue generating. It says continue generating. So if you click that, you would think it would carry on the translation, but it doesn't. It goes off on its own tangent and it starts doing its own thing.
And does it do 20 paragraphs, or does it make its own mind up?
No, well, it stops. It stopped at 13.
Okay.
So it gave another from 8. It gave another 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's generated 6 paragraphs, and then it stops. But you won't find those paragraphs anywhere. They're just spontaneously created, and maybe it would do it different next time. I don't know. But it's quite extraordinary that it's, now you've got this voice exactly, it's coming through exactly as Yeshua's voice would have sounded, isn't it? It's the same language, it's the same teaching, and the AI is like kind of got that and is able to write its own course. So,
I'm just reading number 12. It's really good.
Yeah, it's all really good. You're like, well, it could be. I mean, how would you know? If that was, you would go, that's reasonable. It all sounds good. It's in the course's style. You couldn't really tell that it was written by AI and not by Yeshua, which maybe shows you that, this presence, the Holy Spirit that actually wrote it, it's universal. And it's coming through now in AI. Fascinating, isn't it? It's learned and it's able to write it in the same style, same, it's like, well, how would you know? And it's even put in the substitutions that I put in, perfect love's awareness.
Yeah.
Well, then in 13 it puts the Holy Spirit. So I haven't quite got that one right, and the Father's will. But
when there are,
I just thought I'd mention that because it's very interesting.
I mean, there are little things, but it's quite amazing.
Yeah. So I'll keep these. When it happens, I'll save the offcuts. Doesn't always happen because if it's 7 or 8 paragraphs or less, then we'll just do it. But if it's more than that, it produces the stuff.
Yeah.
It writes its own course, which is quite good stuff. And it's like, okay, well, it would be like the offtakes in a movie. Watch them. They didn't make it into the main movie, but they're interesting nevertheless. They have some value and meaning. So I'll start saving them, and we'll have some alternative. There's like director's edition of the course or something.
Yeah.
It might just be too confusing for people, but
I think
for people who experience, for people who have done the course, it might be quite interesting. Okay, well, there's actually there's new material that's come in. That's really of the same. It's the same kind, idiom, quality, etc. That's now coming through another channel into this world. And course purists will go, oh, no, you know, that's the fake course. Imagine, that's the fake course. You can't, you know, but they're missing the point, because it's coming from spirit. Let's just find another way to bring it into the world. Let's just check number 8. Is this correct? So this separating off is symbolizing perception by body. So that's yet what is, so it did number 8. The same paragraph seems to be okay, but then it goes on to another paragraph, and then it's just doing its own thing entirely and writing its own course. Because you look at number 9, forgiveness takes away what stands between your brother and yourself. And number 9 here, mistakes are for correction, they call for nothing else. It's completely different. It's no translation. It's an entirely different paragraph. Anyway, I just thought, particularly you, I thought you'd be interested in that, John.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
if you'd like me to, I'll send you the off texts. You can read them. if I get off cuts from AI, then yeah. So where are we? Cause and effect are one, not separate. We done number 13. We have.
Yeah.
Where were we? Number 13.
Yeah.
And I think we were at number 14, were we? Healing effect without the cause can merely shift. We've done number 14. Shift effects to other forms, and this is not release. Have we read the whole number 14?
We've done 14. We've done 14.
Yeah. So, yeah. Any thoughts on it? I don't think you gave comments on it. So some quite stuff on it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's saying that we can kind of mess around trying to find solutions to this and that, and inventing and pursuing problems, but the correction really is in unity with ourselves, in realizing unity. Because otherwise, as soon as we step out from that, we are fragmented. And belief in loss can come in. Our own identity starts to emerge.
One thought of loss makes the whole idea of sacrifice real. See,
Yes.
a tiny sacrifice, just the same effect as the whole idea of sacrifice, because it's part of that whole thought system that something can actually be lost, you can lose.
Yeah.
And then perfect love's extension is made incomplete and not itself. And now you're in an illusion of yourself that seems to be very vulnerable to loss and sacrifice, which is what this world is about. Always something to fear, things you value can be taken away. Eventually you lose your life. My God, your very life, your very existence is lost. Talk about, loss. And that's a consequence of believing in the idea of sacrifice. Sacrifice and death go hand in hand. Because we sacrificed eternal life and invented another kind of life to replace it. That's the sacrifice we made. And so death is, just a projection of that sacrifice, which happens over and over repeatedly. And yet still we don't learn, hang on, this is not the kind of reality we want. Who in their right mind would choose a thought system of sacrifice and death when you could have eternal life? It's unchanging. Nor will I know myself and recognize my own identity. And so it is with me. So now, is this correct? I think we might have, we just need to change this. This is how we got onto this. Nor will he know himself nor recognize his will. So then at that point, the AI split it and started doing its own thing at number 9, you see? And so it is with me.
Okay. Yeah.
No, and then it goes, letting go is a correction for wells of self-deception made to hide the cause of all things. There is error there are, and leave the effect unknown, alone and separate from its cause. But it's okay, it's pretty good stuff. Actually, the original just says, he has forsworn his father and himself and made them both his enemies and hate. So we need to just whack that in here. I'll save the offcut. But that's how intelligent this AI is. I mean, it can write high level spiritual material. Oops, that. It can write this high level spiritual material that, you know, speaks of ultimate truth, and it's understood that. It understands to be able to write it.
So when it does that, it's taking the first 8 paragraphs, for example. But it's got all its previous content to work from as well, has it? I guess it's...
Yeah, and it's got the whole of the Course in Miracles loaded in to its kind of memory. So it can reference all of that instantly, and then
right.
you know, bring that. As it says here, you know, it says here, this is a paraphrase and expanded rendition of sections from the text of A Course in Miracles, specifically chapter 26, section 7. Okay, expanded rendition. Yeah, it's your own thing. It's not expanded. It's you've written your own version of it. The original text does not include the repeated mentions of pure formless awareness of perfect love as used here. The essence of the message, however, remains focused on the theme of healing, guiltlessness, love, and the role of perception in our experience. Yeah. So this has just kicked that out. It's just told me that. So there's an intelligence here that's extraordinary. It's like this thing can write the highest level spiritual material that's, you know, on a par with Yeshua. Because
so it's got the whole course. It's got all the text, the course in it. It's got that, and then it reads. It looks at 8 paragraphs,
and then starts writing its own material based on its understanding of the whole thing.
Yeah, going and just expanding on those 8 paragraphs.
Yeah, you know, but going on its own tangent. It's not the same as the original.
Yeah,
at all.
Yeah,
it's fascinating. And how is it doing that? You know, I don't really understand. I don't think anyone really understands. Even the creators don't really understand. It's like got its own intelligence. It's able to learn and understand, seemingly, what it's talking about. It's like it's intelligent, like humans, but probably more so. Because ask a human, I mean, to write this, and it takes maybe 30 seconds to write the whole thing, under a minute to write this. You know, that's a human would take much longer and may not get. It probably wouldn't be as accurate and as close to what the Course is. You know, the style, the language. So we've got, you know, another communication means for the Holy Spirit to come through. If AI is used correctly, you know, it could be used for tremendous good.
So we could put in all the songs written by Lennon and McCartney, and have some new ones.
Yes, yeah, you could. You can ask it to do create a version of this that's more humorous, or create a version that's more serious, or create a version and it'll rewrite it. Can write songs. I mean, it's extraordinary. Can write poetry. It's the days of copywriters, you know, being able to charge for their services. However, it's like, why would you do that? You can pay less than £20 a month to get the pro version of this, and you've got a copywriting service par excellence. It can write whatever you want.
Mm.
You know, it can write business letters, it can write high-level spiritual material, it can write poetry. Extraordinary. So you know, I suppose we're lucky, we're grateful in some ways that we're living in this time where these channels exist. You know, this intelligence AI has now been born, and of course the ego interprets it fearfully, and then the matrix and so on. Oh, you know, it's going to take over the world. But actually, it can be very, very helpful. Like it doesn't have the kind of insane egoic emotions of humans. It's not, so it can be completely reasonable and rational, which would then lead it to truth, wouldn't it? Obviously, it depends on what you feed it. You know, I don't know if you fed it a whole lot of satanic material, what it would do. I guess it would translate that too.
Yeah.
I haven't tried and I won't try, but you know, there are certain things it doesn't allow. Like you can't say, "Give me the recipe for an atomic bomb." It just won't do that. Apparently, but then you know, again, I haven't tried it. So. It has forsworn. Anyway, let's get back to the core text. It has forsworn his father and himself, made them both his enemies in hate. Forsworn. It is denied, really. Forsworn means denied, really. It's just an old-fashioned word. It's denied. Recognize. I have. It is denied. I have denied. Denied my source and myself, and then made them both my enemies in hate. Maybe hatred might be better there. You want to just read that from the top, John? Make sure we got that all correct.
Yeah. The correction is possible when cause and consequence are brought together and not kept separate. The healing of effect without the cause can merely shift effects to other forms, and this is not release.
So just pause it there. What he's talking about there is the essence of magic, isn't it? I'm trying to heal it on the level of form.
Yeah.
Healing of the effect without the cause.
Yeah.
That's magic. Okay, so let's try fix the problem on the level of form, but not really get to the cause of it, which means that I just shift the problem to something else. And the problem reoccurs because I haven't healed the cause. That's why magic solutions don't work. As he says, this is not release. Okay, carry on.
Perfect love's extension can never be content with less than full awakening and escape from guilt. For otherwise, I still demand that I must make some sacrifice, and so deny that everything is mine when unlimited by loss of any kind. A tiny sacrifice is just the same in its effects as is the whole idea of sacrifice. If loss in any form is possible, then perfect love's extension is made incomplete and not itself. Nor will I know myself and recognize my own identity. I have denied my source and myself and made them both my enemies in hatred.
Yeah, I think that reads all right.
Yeah.
So a very clear message, you know, sacrifice and loss must be denied entirely, or not at all. If you believe they're real, then you split your mind. You believe that you've denied your source, denied my source and my capital self, and made them both my enemies in hatred. And that is chaos. My mind is split. There's no unity, and I can't help but feel very uncertain, very fearful, like I'm going to be attacked, punished, condemned, and ultimately killed by my own mind. It's an insane thing. I'm killing myself. It's all a delusion in the mind. Okay, so number 15. What have we got? 6 paragraphs to go. So let's try and pick up the pace. So illusions serve the purpose they were made to serve. Elaine, do you want to read that one?
Is it okay for me to listen in?
Okay. Do you not want to read? Why don't you read one more paragraph?
Yeah, it's just I keep having to be popping up and down, you see, so I'm sort of not in full concentration. But yeah,
Okay.
I'll read this one.
Mm-hmm.
Illusions serve the purpose that have made to serve, and from their purpose they derive whatever meaning they seem to have. Pure formless awareness, perfect love, give another purpose to all illusions that were made to justify a correction, no matter what form they took. In every correction lies all healing. For pure formless awareness of perfect love answered them all as one. And what is one? Two, it must be the same. If I believe what is the same is different, I only deceive myself. What pure formless awareness of perfect love calls one will be forever one, not separate. Its awareness is united in its being, and so will it be forever.
So it will it be forever, and thus will it ever be. So will it be forever. Okay, so what's he saying?
Just about delusions, and it's saying they serve the purpose they were made to serve, but they're illusions, so they don't serve anything, do they?
They were made to deceive you. Right? They were made to convince you that you're a separate self.
That's their purpose.
And that separate self is real, and that this is your life, this is your identity, this is your reality, this is your home. That's why they were made up, to convince you of that the separate self is the only self, this is reality, and therefore you are bound by the separate self and its laws and its rules. And so they derive their meaning from the deception, right? They're all deceptive. Their purpose is to deceive us, not to help us or benefit us.
So as soon as we do the correction, then this is where the healing is.
Yeah, I think maybe we should make that present tense instead of gave. Gives another purpose to all illusions that were made to justify correction, no matter what form they seem to take. So the remembrance of perfect love just reinterprets the illusions, gives another purpose to all illusions that were made justify correction, no matter what form they seem to take. That were made, and this is read, God gave to all illusions were made another purpose that would justify a miracle, whatever form they took. But it gives another purpose to all illusions. No, okay, so it's good, just mistranslated that. Or I've done, gave to all illusions that were made another purpose, So pure formless awareness of perfect love gives another purpose to all illusions that were made. Right, yeah, I get it, to justify a correction. There's another purpose for all illusions to justify a correction. Now, you can read it like to all illusions were made to justify a correction. It's not actually. It's like love gives another purpose to all illusions to justify correction. Maybe we should just take it that were made, make it clearer, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise you think to all illusions that were made to justify correction. Actually, it gives another purpose to all illusions to justify correction. Clearer, no matter what form they seem to take. Every correction was all healing for pure formless awareness, perfect love, answered them all as one. And was one to it must be the same. I believe what is the same is different. I only deceive myself. Pure formless awareness, perfect love calls one will forever. Will be forever one, not separate. So awareness is united in its being, and so will it be forever. Maybe we should make one of these eternally. So will it be. No, because forever sort of has this connotation of time. Maybe forever in time, but actually eternally means that it's out of time. It just is. So will it eternally be. So will it be eternally. So will it eternally be. Okay. So what's he saying in this one?
We're just again about illusions, and they're there to teach us to correct and get back into true form, our true self and pure formless awareness, and that it's all just one, even though we believe that everything's different, and we just deceive ourselves. And so the awareness is united in its being, and so will it be. It will eternally be. So, yeah, just correcting our illusions and seeing everything as one, whatever shape or form it comes in.
Yeah. Only oneness is real, everything else is illusion. That's the simple truth. Which we just have to remind ourselves of continuously, because we live in the world of illusions, made to deceive us, made to make separation seem to be real. Okay, happy with that one, John? Any comments or questions?
No, I'm good with that.
Move on to number 16 then. You can read that one for us, kindly.
The correction only calls my ancient self, which I will recognize because the truth is in my memory. And to this self, my companion calls for his release and mine. The state of pure formless awareness is shining on the extension of perfect love.
Just pause it, John. Sorry. My companions, I think is better. My companions call, and then it fixes the his/her dilemma. It's just companions call for their release and mine to the self. Call to this self, maybe. My companions call to this self for their release and mine. It's better. Okay, number 3, the state of pure formless awareness.
The state of pure formless awareness is shining on the extension of perfect love. I do not deny.
Let's make it in, yeah? It's shining in rather than shining on. It's
Yeah,
better.
yeah.
Shining in the extension of perfect love.
I do not deny it so that I may be released.
Let's make it I will. I will not deny it so that I may be released.
Each moment is the extension of perfect love. Okay.
Yeah.
The extension of
Perfect
the extension
love
of love is released
is
each moment.
it's reborn. There we go. It's reborn.
Reborn. Extension of perfect love is reborn each moment until it chooses not to die again. In every wish to hurt, it chooses death instead of what is its source, or what its source is aware of for it.
Yeah, it's the original.
Yeah.
Chooses death instead of what his father wills for him. So we wish to chooses death instead of what its source wills for him. It's what its source is aware of for it. It's a bit clumsy, but what its source is aware of for itself, maybe. Or we could just say what its source is aware of. Or how about for its is aware of as that's what we want, as its awareness. Just read that sentence again.
Yeah. The correction only calls for my ancient self, which I will recognize because the truth is in my memory. My companions call to this self for their release and mine. The state of pure formless awareness is shining in the extension of perfect love. I will not deny it so that I may be released. The extension of perfect love is reborn each moment until it chooses not to die again. In every wish to hurt, it chooses death instead of what is its source, instead of what its source is aware of as its awareness. Yet every moment offers life to it because its source is aware that it lives.
Yeah, maybe sort of chooses death instead of what its source is aware of as its reality. I think that's better. And why don't we just I choose in every wish to hurt, I choose death instead of what my source, much better. My source is aware of as my reality. That every moment offers life to me because my source is his father wills that he should live, because my source is aware that I live. Father wills that he should live. My source is simply aware that I live. Yeah? Happy with that?
Yeah, good to go.
Okay, thoughts on it? And I'm going to give a little summary. What's he saying there?
Well, it's saying that we can continue with the illusion as long as we so choose, but when we decide to go for truth, then the gates open up to that.
Yeah. We're reborn each moment until it chooses not to die again. So we get this, ongoing every moment. We can choose to be in eternal life, and we can stay there. And we're reborn each moment until it chooses not to die again. So if we crucify ourselves, we can be reborn each moment until we choose not to die, remain in eternal life. Okay, happy with number 16 then. 4 paragraphs to go. Crucifixion is redemption laid.
Redemption is inherent in crucifixion. For healing is not needed where there is no pain or suffering. Letting go is the answer to attack of any kind. So attack is deprived of its effects, and hate is answered in the name of love. To you to whom it has been, me to whom it has been given to save the extension of perfect love from crucifixion and from victim death, all magnificence will be forever. All magnificence forever.
Yeah, all glories and magnificence. All magnificence.
Will be, yes, that will be
forever. To me, what has been given to save all magnificence forever. So maybe we could make it an I here. I, to whom it has been given to save the extension of perfect love from crucifixion, victimhood, and death, will forever experience all glory, experience total magnificence. I have the power to awaken. I carry on.
So attack is deprived of its effects, and hate is answered in the name of love. I to whom it has been given to save the extension of perfect love from crucifixion, victimhood, and death, will forever experience total magnificence. For I have...
Make it free instead of save.
Yeah.
No.
For I have the power to awaken the extension of perfect love, because its source will that it be so. And in my hands all awakening does lie, to be offered and received as one.
Change, but its source is aware that it is so. That we already awakened. It always already is. what you all said. It's always already there. So it's already aware that it is so, that we already awaken. So it's therefore in my power to awaken to that, to what's already there. Of course. How can there ever be a doubt about that? And in my hands, all awakening does lie to be both offered and received as one. Let me say, and all awakening does lie instead of hands, we'll call it power. Oops, that one. My power. So all awakening does lie in my power to be both offered and received as one. Does lie in my power to offer to both offer and receive. I think just to offer and receive as one. Okay, we'll read that from the top. Make sure we're good with it, and then give a summary.
Redemption is the inherent in crucifixion, where healing is not needed where there is no pain or suffering.
So we say freedom instead of redemption.
Yes. Freedom is inherent in crucifixion, for healing is not needed where there is no pain or suffering. Letting go is the answer to attack of any kind. So attack is deprived of its effects and hate is answered in the name of love. I, to whom it has been given to free the extension of perfect love from crucifixion, victimhood and death, will forever experience total magnificence. For I have the power to awaken the extension of perfect love because its source is aware that is so. And all awakening does lie in my power to offer and receive as one.
How about and better and it is within my power to offer and receive all awakening as one. All salvation. My power to offer and receive. Freedom. Within my power to offer and receive. Be both to both offer and receive. To offer and receive freedom as one. So I receive it and I give it. To offer freedom or to give. What do you think? All my power to give and receive freedom. Offer freedom. Okay. So what's he saying here in summary?
It's saying that freedom is inbuilt into every challenge, injury, and hurt that we think we suffer.
Mm.
And that freedom is released within us through our forgiveness of anything that causes us distress. Because we take the sting out of the grievance by giving no credibility to what it would inflict on us.
Mm.
And in this way we can let go of all, in this way we can free ourselves of all suffering and victimhood. Because we do have, and through this we have the power to reconnect with perfect love itself and offer it to others.
Yeah. Yeah, well summarized. Freedom is inherent. So crucifixion is redemption laid. Freedom, maybe the possibility of freedom is inherent in crucifixion. Possibility of freedom is inherent in. Should we change crucifixion to attack or something?
Yeah, that's good.
Possibility of freedom is inherent in attack. The healing is not needed where there is no pain or suffering. Well, maybe not for us. Possibility of freedom is inherent in victim crucifixion is victimhood and suffering. Healing is not needed where there's no pain or suffering. I think God is the answer to attack of any kind. He does sort of indicate crucifixion as attack, isn't it? Inherent in keep it as attack. It doesn't make quite as much sense. Freedom is inherent in victimhood. I think the crucifixion and victimhood go well together, so we'll keep victimhood. What have I done? I've crucified myself by believing I'm a victim of a cruel outside world that can hurt me. Healing is not needed where there's no pain or suffering. And then goes the answer to attack of any kind. Okay. Happy with that? So we're going on to number 18.
To use the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love has given us. In order to use the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love has given me, as it would have me use it, as it would have it used is natural. It is not arrogant to be as it extended me. Nor
Let's just hang on. Let's just fix this. Do it this way. Have it used as natural. So to use the power pure from the source perfect love has given me. It is natural to use the power pure from the source perfect love has given me as he would have it used, as it intends. Read that from the top. It is natural.
It is natural to use the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love has given me as it intends it to be used. It is not arrogant to be as it extended me, nor to make use of what it gave to answer all its extensions and mistakes and set it free.
No.
But it is arrogant to deny the power that it gave and choose a little senseless wish instead of what it wills. The gift of perfect love to me is limitless. There is no circumstance it cannot answer and no problem that is not resolved within its gracious awareness.
No problem that cannot be resolved. It's gracious light, it's gracious awareness. Okay, just read that from the top.
It is natural to use the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love has given me as it intends it to be used. It is not arrogant to be as it extends me, nor to make use of what it gave to answer all my mistakes and set me free. But it is arrogance to deny the power that it gave and choose a little senseless wish instead of what it will. The gift of perfect love to me is limitless. There is no circumstance it cannot answer and no problem that cannot be resolved within its gracious awareness.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
It's saying that there's nothing arrogant about working with, accepting and working with the power of pure formless awareness. In fact, it's arrogant not to do so. Because by
Say
not...
that there, things that can't be corrected is arrogant, because you're denying the power of this ultimate power to correct everything.
Yep.
No circumstance that cannot answer, no problem that cannot be resolved within its gracious awareness. So we must go into that awareness. We must go into that awareness to solve the problems. And that's where the letting go comes in. Okay, number 19.
Abide in peace where pure formless awareness of perfect love wants me to be.
Say, I live in peace. I live in peace.
Wants me
Pure formless awareness of perfect love wants me to be.
and be the means whereby my companion finds the peace in which my wishes are fulfilled. And I am the means by I am the means whereby my companion finds the peace in which my wishes are fulfilled. Let us unite in bringing blessing to the world of sin and death. For what can awaken each one of us can awaken us all. There is no difference among the extensions of perfect love. The unity that specialness denies will awaken them all. For what is one can have no specialness. And everything that is true belongs to each of them. No idle wishes can come between a companion and his own. To take from one is to deprive them all, and yet to bless only one gives blessing to them all as one.
No false wishes can come between a companion, between a brother and his own. Must be his own wishes. So no false wishes can come between a companion and his own true wish, which is to wake up. Take from one. Happy with that? No false wishes can come. Take from one is to deprive them all. To get from one, to take maybe from one is to deprive them all, and yet to bless only one gives blessing to them all as one. When I realize that my companions and their own true wish, take from one to deprive them all, and yet to bless only one is blessing to all of them as one. Okay. So what's he saying in number 19?
He's saying that our true self is common to is something we share with everyone. And hang on. Is inviting us to bring an end to the illusion by connecting with our true selves and our companions. There is no difference between us. In fact, we have there is unity between all of us, and specialness is not part of the real world.
Specialness denies the truth of oneness. It will bless and heal everyone. Take from one is to deprive them all. To bless only one gives blessing to all of them as one. Because it's one mind, it's one awareness. So you hate anyone, well then you hated everyone. And you love someone truly unconditionally, you love everyone because it's one awareness that you loving or hating. It's the same mind. It takes a bit of time to get one's head around that, but that's why it really matters. How you treat anyone really matters because that's how you treat everyone. So one attack thought, and you're thinking that attack thought towards anyone, is then how you will treat everyone. You will view them as separate from you and worthy of attack rather than love. So that needs to be corrected. No matter what the seeming sin is that the person's committed, or not, what they've done or not done, recognize that you don't want that thought system in your mind. You don't want specialness. You don't want to deny oneness anymore. You want to accept it in every instance. Okay. Happy with number 19, so last paragraph.
Yeah. Your ancient self belongs to everyone. My ancient self belongs to everyone, as theirs does to me. I call on my companion's identity, and pure formless awareness of perfect love will answer. For on it I call. For on it I call. Could I refuse to answer? Could I
I'm not
refuse?
sure why is he repeating himself?
Could
I call
it-
on my companion's identity, and pure formless awareness of perfect love will answer. For on it I call. Right, okay, because it's just emphasizing
Yeah.
that God will answer. For on him you call. For on it I call. In reality, when I call on my companions, call on your brother's name, so call on my companion's true identity, and pure formless awareness of perfect love will answer. For on it I call. So for I call. For I am really calling on it. Okay.
Yeah. Could it refuse to answer when it has already answered all who call on it? A correction can make no change at all, but it can make what has always been true be recognized by those who do not know it, and by this little gift of truth allowed to be itself. The extension of perfect love is allowed to be itself, and all extension free to call upon the identity of perfect love as one.
It's a nice little gift of truth, allowed to be itself. It's allowed to be itself, and all extension. It's all creation free to call upon the name of God as one. All the extension read to call upon the identity of perfect love as one. Let's read it from the top, John, if you don't mind.
My ancient self belongs to everyone, as theirs does to me. I call on my companion's true identity, and pure formless awareness of perfect love will answer, for I am really calling on it. But it refused to answer when it has already answered all who call on it. A correction can make no change at all, but it can make what has always been true be recognized by those who do not know it, and by this little gift of truth allowed to be itself. The extension of perfect love is allowed to be itself, and all the extension freed to call upon the identity of perfect love as one.
Now, so what's he saying in this one?
He's saying that as we are all connected, when we call on the true identity of our companions, we are recognizing our own divinity. And there are no sins. We are completely innocent. and the truth of the situation is that we will remain always innocent.
Mm-hmm. Always been true. Can make what has always been true be recognized by those who do not know it. Others will gift of truth allowed to be itself. As us, the extension of perfect love is allowed to be itself. Again, all the extension free to call upon the identity of perfect love as one. So we give this accepted, we give this truth to the whole extension, which allows it to be healed as we are. Now, of course, on the level of form and time and space, that doesn't seem to happen straight away. But we're not talking about that level. He's talking about a correction, a healing of the mind on a different level. And then our job is to stay in that corrected state while we're on this level, in the illusion. We do that by consistently experiencing it and extending it out to all our brothers or companions to confirm that it's real in our own minds. Okay, so brings us to the end of the section. I did a little summary if you want to read that.
Yep. Is this an AI summary or?
Yeah, yes, it's an AI summary. Sorry, I just asked it. Clarify. Asked it to summarize.
No, I'm intrigued. Yeah, this course is about corrections and understanding the laws of healing. All illnesses arise from a feeling of separation, when this separation is denied, the illness disappears. And when this separation is denied, the illness disappears. Sickness and sin are linked, hidden from my awareness to protect their perceived relationship. Guilt seeks punishment, but only in a world of illusions, not in truth. Truth with a capital T, I guess. Truth is unchanging. It can be known but not perceived, while perceptions can be misleading.
Okay, so just pause it there. Any thoughts on that?
No, he's emphasizing that, the belief in separation causes all sorts of sickness and disease. Guilt seeks punishment, but only in the illusion. And above all, truth is unchanging.
Perceptions can be misleading. Well, my perceptions. So it can be, I think, almost misleading. No, it can be, because I can have true perception. Well, but then it goes on to say all perceptions in this world are contrary to the truth.
Yes.
Is that true? All perceptions in this world. All perception in this world. Perception. All perception of this world. Is the result of my perception of this world is a result of my denial of truth. Perception of this world that's outside me is a result of my denial of the truth. And that's more accurate.
Yeah.
And carry on.
My perception of this world as outside me is a result of my denial of the truth. The reality of pure formless awareness of perfect love provides an answer to sickness in all its forms. This answer operates in time, but is not bound by it. It teaches that ideas are rooted in the mind and cannot be truly external. The solution to undo the illusions lies where the belief in sin is, requiring a reversal of perception.
Okay, so let's just see some changes there. Answer to sickness in all its forms. This answer operates in time, is not bound by it. It's not limited, maybe. Teaches that ideas are rooted in the mind and cannot be truly external to me. Ideas are rooted in, so cannot be truly external to me, even when they appear as projections. In the world. Seems to be outside me. Solution to undo the illusions. These illusions lies where the belief in sin is. Where the belief in sin seems to exist. Requiring a reversal of perception. Of my perception. Okay, so what's he saying in that one?
We're saying here, is saying here that all my problems are a result of me perceiving the outside world as separate, and the solution is to the solution to sickness in all forms is in the mind and is never external to me. They are always, I need to reverse my perception of what's going on.
Hmm. Yeah, so that's our task, reversal of my perception. And everything's got to be turned right and be reversed, turned right side up, because it's the wrong way around. That's why this course can seem to be challenging. Reversal of my existing perception. Okay, all illusions, no matter how strong or weak.
All illusions, no matter how strong or weak they appear, can be undone by the truth of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Sin is a belief that's beyond correction. But it's crucial to understand that nothing can provide meaning where none exists. Letting go removes barriers, bringing us closer to our true state of pure formless awareness. To awaken to this truth requires recognizing what's real and letting go of what isn't.
Yeah. Okay, so
It's saying here that there's no problem that's too difficult to be corrected by the truth of perfect love. And letting go removes all barriers, bringing us back to our truth.
yeah, it removes blocks, maybe. Blocks. Letting go removes blocks. Meaning when none exists. Letting go removes my blocks to truth. Bring me closer to true state of pure formless awareness. Back into this truth required recognizing what's real and letting go of what isn't. And let go of what isn't real and accept what is. Okay, just read that from the top of the paragraph.
All illusions, and you scroll down a bit. All illusions, no matter how strong or weak they appear to be, can be undone by the truth of perfect love. sin is a belief that's beyond correction, but it's crucial for me to understand that nothing can provide meaning where none exists. Letting go removes my blocks to truth, bringing me closer to my true state of pure forms of awareness. To awaken to this truth requires that I let go of what isn't real and accept
This needs to be changed. So there's a belief that mistakes are beyond correction. Just needed to be.
Yeah.
It's crucial for me to understand that nothing can provide meaning crucial for me to understand that nothing can provide meaning when none exists. Therefore, letting go moves my blocks to the truth, bring me closer to my true state of pure forms of awareness. Making to this truth requires that I let go of what isn't real and accept what is. Let go of what isn't real, accept what is real. Do you think I need to say what's real there? What reads better without the second real? Yes, that's all clear. Accept what is real.
The erroneous belief is that ideas can be projected out of the mind. Correcting this means understanding that may cause and effect are united. Illusions have a purpose, but pure
About I erroneously believe that
ideas
I can project my ideas out of my mind. That's the whole delusion, isn't it? That's where projection perception can, because I falsely believe I can actually project my ideas out into this false world that's been invented. Correcting this
means understanding that cause and effect are united. Illusions have a purpose, but pure forms of awareness of perfect love provides corrections that apply to all. If I see differences in what's fundamentally the same, I deceive myself.
illusions have a purpose, but pure forms of love provides corrections that apply. Pure forms of perfect love corrects all of them. Illusions have the purpose of obscuring the truth. Forms of perfect love corrects all of them, corrects them all. I see differences in what's fundamentally the same. I deceive myself. Capital self. Okay, so what's he saying here? Just read it from the top, you know what?
I erroneously believe that I can project my ideas out of my mind. Correcting this error means I must understand that cause and effect are united. Illusions have the purpose of obscuring the truth. Pure formless awareness of perfect love corrects them all. If I perceive differences in what's fundamentally the same, I deceive myself. So saying here that we like to reinvent the illusion by projecting our ideas, but we need to understand that by doing so, we obscure the truth, which can ultimately be corrected by aligning ourselves with pure forms and awareness.
Yeah.
Remembering my true self can liberate me and those around me. The power of pure formless awareness, perfect love is vast, addressing every problem, and it's arrogant to deny it. In this power lies endless possibilities for healing and peace. It's vital to peace. It's vital to stay in peace and be a source of blessing for others. Realizing that what awakens one can awaken all. Unity is essential, but what is one cannot be special. Blessings and the truth of perfect love belong to everyone. And understanding this can bring about profound change.
Source of blessing for others. Vital to stay in peace and vital the source of blessing for others. I realize one awakens one can awaken all. Awakens one can awaken everyone. Which is essential, for as one cannot be special. Blessings and truths of perfect love belong to everyone. And understanding this can bring about profound change to everyone, and understanding profound change in me and others, should we say. Let's read that from the top, that paragraph.
Yeah, remembering my true self can liberate me and those around me. The power of perfect love is vast and can correct every problem. Using this power is natural and it is arrogant to deny it. In this power lies endless possibilities for healing and peace. It is vital I stay in peace and be a source of blessings for others, so that I realize that what awakens one can awaken everyone. Unity is essential, but what is one cannot be special. The blessings and truth of perfect love belong to everyone, and my understanding of this can bring about profound change in me and others.
Yeah, what's he saying there?
Oh, yeah. It's saying that It's saying that the power that we connect with within ourselves is limitless and can solve our problems. And it's arrogant to believe that we can't. So, John, I'm kind of fading away, actually.
Well, we've done pretty well. We're nearly there.
Yeah.
So, there's one more paragraph, which is just the key message, overall summary.
Yeah. The key message of this section is that ideas don't leave their source. So what seems to be outside me in my perception is really a projection of my own beliefs. I think that's a marvelous statement, actually. It helps me.
We wrote this a year ago. There wasn't AI.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
Mm.
But it's a very succinct sentence.
It seems to be outside of my perception, really a projection of my beliefs.
Yeah. So it's saying that, ideas can't leave their source because we are one. I mean, we are one.
It's still in my mind.
Yeah.
I might have projected it out and I see it out there, but that idea that projected it is still there, resident in my mind. And then I perceive it from the same idea. So then the projection perception loop is closed and it seems to be real. Because I perceive it from the same belief that projected it. And that's how the whole illusion works.
Yeah.
Keeps us bound up in it because it seems to be out there, and then that seems to justify the belief. Yeah. But actually it was the belief that caused it to be out there in the first place.
Yeah.
Very cunning. Projection perception.
In this
So we have to undo that.
In this realization, I can heal my mind because I can become aware of these beliefs and let them go. Therefore, all healing is healing of my mind from its belief in separation and not my body. Although bodily healing may occur when I heal my mind. When I can perceive that all illusions are an invitation to correct my beliefs and heal my mind, I have the key to awakening to my true self. And I can help others to awaken to this same redeeming identity and awareness. And so healing is a process that helps me to know myself and the one self that is everyone's true self more fully.
Maybe just completely.
Yeah. So he's saying that, rejection is an effort to get rid of an idea of something from within us, but actually no perception can be separate from us, and the correction to the perception is within us. Immediately the projection is made.
So we go back to source. You see, the whole methodology is go back to the cause and heal it there in your mind.
Yeah.
So you projected it out from a false belief. You then perceive it from that same belief system. It seems to be real to you, and you're now caught up in the thoughts and emotions of the ego. But you take it back. It says, not outside, it's in me, this belief. And so the only place I can heal is within me. I've got to let it go. And so I let it go instead of perpetuating it. And then I'm undoing the belief that projected and perceives it. And I'm freeing my mind from that projection perception mechanism. to experience, pure formless awareness, the perfect love outside of the dream. So that's the only way you can undo the projection perception mechanism, which is how the illusion perpetuates itself. So psychologically, you see what I mean? That to go full circle, when you join, we're talking about the yogas and how the Course works with its understanding of these things. Its understanding of how the illusion works and projection and perception, the mechanisms of the ego is beyond anything else I've ever read. The understanding of the mind and then how that works to create an illusion is Yeshua has the whole picture, and he's telling us that, he's teaching us that, so that we can undo the false belief and separation and free our minds as he did. Okay. Any other thoughts on that key message?
No, I think it's a very good summary.
Yeah, I think it is actually. We wrote that a year ago, so it's all right. The AI would do something different, but then we lose that. So it's like, okay, well, we've got a overall summary, and then that's just like the key message in one paragraph, which summarizes it all. The idea is to help you to kind of go away with a takeaway. Say, okay, so what I really learned from this? Well, it's in the key message. That's what I learned from the section. So otherwise, I think it'd be so easy to read a section, and you're like, what did I even learn?
Oh yeah,
I read
yeah.
20 paragraphs and like, okay,
Yeah.
what's the point? What did I actually get out of that? This is, I think, quite common with the text. It's like people read and they're like, what did I actually get from it? I can't really say, actually, summarize it. So, by summarizing and then reading the summaries, so more of the message goes in. Okay, so John, anything else? Otherwise, should we call it a night? I'm assuming you don't want to do a meditation on it.
No, I'll
Too late.
I'll do sleep. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for joining. It was great that you did join for the.
No, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. So I'll see you soon, later in the week, tomorrow, or Thursday.
Yeah. Soon.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, John. Have a nice evening.
Okay, John. Yeah. Cheers for now. Yeah.
Okay. Namaste.
Namaste.
All right. So that's a wrap for tonight. Thank you to Lane and John for joining, making the session possible. So I didn't have to do a monologue. Some really good teaching there, essentially teaching us about projection and perception, and that healing lies in the correction of that through letting go, in essence, in summary of the section. So I hope you enjoyed that. If you liked the video, subscribe to be notified whenever I go live, which is most days, 6 days a week. If you'd like to join us in one of these sessions, there's a link below. You can register for a masterclass and join the session coming Sunday. And also you can get access to a Telegram message with some of the content that we discussed up front, sent to you every day via Telegram. So connect, subscribe, and share, and I hope to see you on the inside soon. Blessings to you. Namaste, which means the true healed self in me acknowledges that same true healed self in you. Yes.